Twilight Reliquary Key. Well, at this point in time, there's probably more information, and I never actually looked at it. What was the information? Shit's quiet.
Better keep my strength in check.
Good enough.
Go on.
Looked at this before, and we were saying run some maps that have +1 as for where the +1s are. I don't think they're within range of over here. They're over here somewhere. But I did that. No, that's different. But same thing. Found it before, you'll find it again. There, that's 1. 2. Valve Factory. Oh my word. No wonder I didn't run these maps. Okay, this one will probably kill me. If I don't get killed, then... Oh, and 3. 1, 2, 3. All of them within the range of this map. That's a lot of EXP. I presume that I probably have done them all, for the most part. Since you could access any of them. Some sort of like search thing would be nice, so that way it could like blur out any maps that don't have the things I want, so that way I know. Okay, so you got 1 as well over here. And 2 over there. So I have 5 maps right now that have +1 to level that I can work towards. I have to clear this tower before I run this, and I have to boost this up enough that it can upgrade the towers in the area. So 1 way up east, and another 1, so over here by the water with 3 of them, and over here with 2 of them, so 5 of them? That's sure what it sounds like. 1 there, 2 there. So run this, run that, and then the tower. Also, over here, I can just run the tower right now. That one's also got some pretty good EXP on it. Well, we're guaranteed to go there. We're eventually working our way over here. So, after the 5 maps are done, we'll then be doing that over here.
Enough! Fear will best you!
Wonder what boss it's gonna be. I figure it's probably gonna be that centaur. But, they might change it to be something else. Let's make assumptions on the, like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the centaur, but if it's not the centaur, what boss would it be? Pulling up a lot of blanks for trying to guess. I figure definitely an Act 2 boss. If it's not an Act 2 boss, I'll be surprised. Maybe something from the trials. You know what? Here is a good choice. The second floor of that trial has two enemies. That's a two enemy boss fight. What they could do is they could be like, okay, the boss for this floor is going to be the second floor boss. Only one of them, maybe the fire one instead of the cold one or something. And maybe he'll enrage during the fight. I hope he don't fucking enrage during the very start of the fight. If it's that guy, I'm kind of a little bit fucked. Not gonna lie.
Enough!
Actually, the only difference is that this time around, I have no honor to worry about. Honor being the thing that was the attrition to that fight. Fuck me. Didn't do anything. Just unlocked. Thank goodness I have a shitload of life regen or I'd be dead. now these enemies are going to respawn, and I'm going to have to deal with them during that. If this next one goes poorly, then I won't do the third one. I've already fought the first floor boss elsewhere. It's possible they could shove him over here again. Somewhere else being here. I hope they don't. Oh. I guessed every boss but the right floor boss. I imagine once we hit the weekend, which is either tomorrow, depending upon where you live, or a little bit further. It really depends on the circumstances. I figure things will change a little bit with regards to ranking and positions.
satchel is full.
I could re-roll it just to watch as all those items disappear. This will save me some time. I don't care about the rest, really.
Full. Indeed. Yes. Indeed.
Where is it? There it is. Very nice.
Aid me.
That's too bad.
Go.
It's already bad to begin with. Everything about it
What
is
is
dog
it?
shit.
Time is of the essence.
Okay, we've got those. I think this is the one where... No, I'm not sure what it is anymore. I don't remember. So first... It's not 1, it's not 2, it's 3. This one did, and that one also did. There was a third one as well somewhere. There. This one's the easy one, that one's the scary one, and this one, the boss, is the problem. Feeble, I think, is reduced damage. We'll start with the easy shit so I can wake up a little bit.
Enough!
A wise decision that I should have done, but I didn't know it at the time. And I'm like 3 days late, maybe 2 days late on realizing this. Is that the right decision would have been when I put all those tablets down that give percent EXP, I should have placed them near maps that have +1 to level, rather than placing them in locations that have just a shitload of towers. Like 22% increased EXP on this map if I had done that. I'm not dying here, buddy. No.
Face me!
because he can do that chaos bullshit and he can freeze me in place. Combine those two things together at the wrong timing and fuck. This gets you.
Come here!
fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck.
We're losing it.
This fucking bitch.
Stay on it. Feel yourself. Don't lose them now.
No, now you're taking us for a ride.
Stay on it. Nothing's fairy. It's getting stronger. Finish it.
Fuck me, that's all I got.
Right through. Don't lose focus. Finish it. No worry.
Okay.
Enough.
Not really, but sure. Okay.
Fear will test you.
Me. What have I left myself with? Fuck me. worst fucking timing to pause ever, because when you pick the shit back up, you're fucking dead in the middle of fucking hell. This is retarded.
Break! I've nowhere to keep that. Indeed.
Poor guy. After all that time to die. It's unfortunate. That looks like a miserable place to play. And he's way too big to leave there. I should probably be able to get a hammer of the God's charge. Hope that finishes him off. Well, it did a lot of work for me. I can't see shit over here. Oh boy. Like I said, I can't see shit. Got a map out of this, so that's good. So maybe like 6 or 7% from this one map. It's kind of disappointing. I had an idea that I wanted to try out. It won't be EXP efficient unless it pays off. The knowledge will save me from dying, hopefully. So we'll run a lower tier map. And our goal today is we need to find a forge map with a boss. I think I know where to find one. No. I don't know where to find one, so we just keep looking until we find one. There we go. So if the boss fight is bugged, then me running a lower tier map was just research to make sure I wouldn't die to it when I finally run it on a higher level later. I wonder if these tier 10 Goliaths could actually harm me. Not the Goliath, the Val Goliath. Why does everything feel so fucking slow? I've got fucking 30% movement speed increase. Attack speed, a rolling speed, what the fuck? I feel like the boots aren't active. I feel like they were disabled. Where's my destination? North. Bug or no bug? I hope you fixed it. He is so fucked. Moment of truth. As soon as this guy starts walking, everything would go to shit. Seems fine to me. Hope this hurts. And now the problems begin. So he is still fucked. That's too bad. Okay, so we're not running the boss fight at the higher difficulty. Bad game. Is there any way for me to leave this boss fight other than logging out? Because it's possible right now that he could put his sword into the floor, and I would not have much of an idea of him doing it. It's not as bad as it used to be. It is improved, but I wanted no issues, nothing to go wrong, and I did not get that. Okay, so we're not fighting the boss here. We're gonna fail the map on purpose.
Come here! Feel my wrath! Weak creature!
I'm gonna get the dogs to shut up, and there's an easy way that doesn't involve animal abuse. You basically close the blinds on the window so they can't look out the window, and that gets them to quiet down. This is gonna be a long and painful weekend. everything on it's good. Except for that 2% armor. So if I was, and this will never happen, but if it did happen, that I got the omen that allows you to remove the lowest affix, the armor, the thing I hate the most, that tiny 33% armor would go away. And after that point, I then have a piece of gear that has the lowest attribute being strength at 17%. I have miracles don't happen twice, so I won't be able to remove the tier 4 strength and try and replace it with something better. So I have a situation where I have a piece of gear with 5 things that are good on it. And so I could then use fracturing orbs to lock the other 5 affixes in place. Emma, come here. Come here. Hi, sweetheart. They're gone. If you want to stay here, that's fine, but you never do. Okay.
Come here!
Emma, don't go looking at the stuff on the floor. Emma. Over there. Emma. Bad. You shouldn't have done that.
Fear will best you!
was to do that same thing with another piece of gear, say lightning was to strike again, the lowest roll on this thing is the tier 2 item rarity, and so it's very unlikely that I would want to remove item rarity, so odds are just not do the helmet. Boots. Lowest roll is tier 5, which has 3 options. All of them I would rather not lose. So, not the boots, not the helmet, the chest piece. What's the belt situation? Cold resist would go. So I'd be able to try and re-roll for a belt that has some good resistances. I could eventually find a belt that's got like, oh, it's a level 72, so I don't know what kind of resistances I can actually reasonably ask for. I had a different belt that didn't have life regen on it. There's a chance that, and it had good resistances, so maybe what would happen is rather than using a ability to remove the lowest roll on this belt here, I would instead remove the lowest roll on that other belt that I'm not using. That the only reason those items don't exist is because you probably don't run that content. So maybe I should start running more content, more rituals. Too bad that I'm trying to play competitively. If I wasn't, then I'd be having a bit more freedom in what I do, instead of being like, okay, let's focus on gathering EXP. I would be like, okay, let's do some crafting today or something like that. So this leaderboard bullshit. If I didn't notice it, if they didn't force people to see it, if they didn't do it at all, maybe the game would be better. I figure the only way that I could get what I want reasonably would be this. Like how you pick a hardcore server, or you pick softcore, trade league, all that. I would like a server where you pick no leaderboard, where you don't know what anyone's progress is. If someone dies, you don't know what they were doing, what level they were. You'll never hear about it. Just something to have casual fun in.
Come here! A rarity, and all mine.
I suspect. No, I'm wrong about that. But the concept will be achieved the easiest way for me to get what I want without anyone actually doing anything is when they come out with a new league or something, I don't join the league. That way there's no more competition, just casual. He revives. That's too bad. I think the real issue is that I'm an animal. I can't resist. All I do is follow my instincts.
My satchel is full. Time is of the essence.
I'm not letting them deal more damage to me while I'm going through literal hell. I want to take a look at that other belt that I have. Just Fury Craft and Dream. So the lowest roll on it is the very thing that I want removed from it. So if I was to get that item that removes the lowest roll, unfortunately I can't get rid of mana. But I'm going to be honest, there's no other prefix that I care about. So it's not like I'm losing anything by not being able to remove mana from it. So I could reforge the charm charges off of that and create a really amazing belt someday. If I get 2 of those, one for the chest piece and one for the belt. It's which map? It's that map. Literal hell. Very good chance of dying here. Stupid. Funny, when a World of Warcraft player dies in hardcore, they're set free. But when we die here, in Path of Exile, it's a tragedy. Maybe the problem is at the core that it's a game that you're nostalgic for, run by a dogshit company, whereas this one is a good game. These guys are more dangerous than the bear. Double rare. And I've got break armor. Okay. A lot of armor broken. It's a fuckload of armor broken. Never occurred to me that the reconstructors do so much damage. I should pay more attention to that in the future. I think the dog might want to go outside. Like I said, this is going to be a long and painful weekend. Level 89. Well, I'm really glad that this guy, since he's really close to me, he might have been my competition at some point in time. Fucking kidding me. Stupid fucking vacuum. God damn it. What day is it today? It's Thursday. That's why.
Fear will best you! A gift from my ancestors!
This is why I hate this place. This is why I hate this place. Holy fuck, I hate when they run away so much. Every single fucking thing is ranged in this place. And they all run really fast, either towards you or away from you. And they can run while they're attacking. This guy's not a problem. Just a patience thing.
Face me! My satchel is full. Indeed.
This would be the third of the 5 dungeons I know about that I can do. Even if someone does get past me, my hope is to have this character be one that never actually is dead. So obviously I gotta get him stronger. People will move on and so forth. However, if this character was to die, maybe that would give me incentive to move on to the next game when the match is over. No rest for the wicked, in particular. Okay, so lucky to be alive. Life is a precious thing. Now I'm gonna talk shit whenever the next guy dies. when you do level up, max lightning resistance. That would be nice for right now. It's too bad.
Feel my wrath!
If I were to refund these 2 points and head this way, I'd still end up in the same situation I'm in right now. +5 to all. Interesting. It's too bad it's not +5 to all max resist. That would be huge. That'd be too good. And it's also too bad that the Titan passive node boost doesn't apply to those max resists. She's been out there long enough. She's either sunning herself, or she wants back inside. She's not asking loudly enough for me to hear. Or option number 3, she was exploring because she was bored.
Come here!
It doesn't matter. The answer is the same in the end. Who knows, maybe you'll miraculously give me a better ruby. That would be ideal. I don't believe it'll happen, but if it did happen, that'd be great. So many rubies. That makes me happy. This one's good. So the thing that the one I have right now is it gives me 15 armor and 15 damage. Those are the only two things that are good about it. So it has to beat 15 armor and damage. The regen rate on this... Oh, they lowered the max potential on regen rate on these gems. So if I go onto my other character, will his old gems be nerfed? I don't think 10% was the limit. I used to think it was 15. They really hate gems. This build used to have 4 gem slots, and now it has only a single one. And it seems to me that the regeneration rate has been nerfed. I swear that those used to be able to roll 15%. Now it's 10%. If I focus too much on these sockets, on the passive skill tree, and how they've removed so much of them, I might actually end up getting angry enough to quit. I hope I forget. I had it so good when I had 4 of them. And it wasn't like I was going out to get them, there was just things that I was just coming across as I was playing the game.
Indeed.
That's too bad.
Yes? Of course.
Alright, let's take a look at what that becomes. If this one rolls armor, I might be tempted to use that. So this one as well has potential. I doubt this one's gonna turn out very good. That 6%'s too low for me. That's pretty good. I like that one. I'm gonna use that one, probably. Unless this one turns out really well. Armor is going to take a hit, 182.19. regeneration's going up, damage is going up. Let's do a comparison for life regen purposes. 1005, so we're gaining 30. And armor was 182, so we lost 500 armor. Big sad over there. Damage is going up by a tiny pathetic amount. For my build, if I want to, which I don't, but if I did, I could refund those 2 points and get a level, and once we do get the level up, I could go 1, 2, 3 and get a jewel socket. So that I could use that armor one as well. So rather than gaining 1 lightning resistance maximum, I would instead be gaining more armor and damage. The most natural way for me to get a jewel socket is over there. That's the way I'm going to get a second one. My old build would go down a different pathway. My old build probably would remove one of these passages, either that one for 11 points and use those 11 points elsewhere, or there's 5 over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 points less, plus that's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so I could go this way, but if I, no, that's more points, because the 5 starts there and ends there. Holy fuck, that's a lot of damage. I think when we go back, we're going to switch back to the old gem that had the armor. I can keep on hoping for a gem that gives life regen, damage, and armor. And just keep things the way they were. That extra lightning resist would be really awesome. No more rare mobs in this map, but it's still fucking bullshit. 45 is a low enough number. They say we're down here. I hope that I'm going to rest when the month is over. It'll be a nice change of pace, a nice change of scenery,
Come get me!
and then I can come back when that is done, and we can get this character even more crazy. And the leaderboard will have passed me so far by that I'll stop caring about leaderboards and can just enjoy the game.
Yes. Indeed.
Alright, so that map is done. Got a good chunk of EXP. I don't know how much though, so Lord knows what it was. Next we have to make our way to this tower. I'd rather not do that again. So we can't complete this map because it has a boss. Unless I run a low tier map. So we'll go here, there, tower. Once the tower is done, we'll then do this, and this. And I think that because it's Steaming Springs over there, and it has a boss, I'll get a lot of EXP from that map in particular. The Abyss over there has no boss right now. Unlikely to roll a boss even if I put boss tablets in there. This area over here will be revealed. It would be awesome if a area of corruption was to be found, but it won't. And once that's done, we'll make our way over here. I consider that one to be comparable possibly in EXP, but it is a corruption area, so I figure I've got 6 maps that I've been running today. I will run at least 6 maps that'll give me a good bit of EXP. This one will be a slow clear. This one will be a little dangerous, maybe. Critical hits don't do as much damage to me.
Come here!
GGG is trying to get me. Okay, well, everyone is. I'm the main character.
Steel
I
yourself!
have to have enemies. just barely made it to triple.
Need mana.
I didn't switch over the gem. I forgot.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Now hopefully you don't forget twice.
Of course.
'82s. I'd rather use high level shit and see some sort of miracle happen.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
You almost forgot again. Pretty close on that one. I didn't see who that was. Was it a def or was it the microtransactions? He's quite low on the totem pole. I figure he's probably one of the dudes that has a job right now. He's actively working, so he wasn't able to keep up. It's too bad he couldn't make it to the weekend. He was probably able to get really far along because he was one of those high-risk, high-reward builds. Glass cannon didn't pay out in the end. That's fine. Could also be that he was just a no-lifer that wasn't quite as much of a no-lifer as me. And that he wasn't as motivated to play. Maybe. There's so many possibilities. Anyways, you're just theorizing a bunch of shit. What the fuck? You're doing a lot of shit. For all you know, it's anything that could have happened. Why is he level 84 at this stage? He should be much higher. He should be like level 88 if he's a no-lifer. So he's not a no-lifer. He could be a no-lifer that's lost a character previously. That would put me at a lower level. If he made a mistake earlier, that would be it.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit.
Let us fracture in this place, please. Oh, Chaos Sword is just as good.
A rarity.
Eventually I'm gonna want to fuck with Chaos Swords. It's blue. I think that means it's the eagle.
The hunt begins. Rothen's flaring. It's getting stronger.
Let's hope this isn't a mistake.
Don't give it a chance to recover.
No, this is easy.
I've no more room. Almost there. Don't give up now.
Everything that I just assumed about that other dude that's dead, fucking ignore it. I'm being retarded. I don't know jack shit. That's a lot of damage. I wouldn't be able to equip it, the strength requirement's too high.
Time is of the essence.
After looking at that belt and the chest piece and so forth and doing that creative crafting, I really want that stuff. That's the shit that makes me want to play this game. Crafting myself some crazy fucking gear. That would be the thing that keeps me playing. I can create a really fucking retarded belt. No, it's not really creating, more like upgrading the belt into just a monster. Assuming everything works the way I think it does. Heavily assuming. And that chest piece too. Getting that chest piece upgraded and also, what's it fucking called? The final ascendancy, getting that alongside that chest piece being upgraded. That would be ridiculous. We're still working on this map. So right now it's at 33%. So it comes down to the question of how high can that percent increased armor roll if it was a much higher tier? I suppose I also... No. Maybe I do need an orb of annulment. I can't be too sure about that. I can't remember what the item does. Does the thing that I want only re-roll, or does it remove? Because otherwise then the thing I'm dreaming about or wanting may be too far out of reach. Do a little bit of research. Okay, PoE 2 omens. PoE 2 wiki omens. Where's the thing that I want? It's probably this one because I've never seen that one. No, there's a fuckload of them. Chaos Orb will only remove the lowest level modifier. So the thing that I want doesn't exist. Not in the way that I thought it does. That's too bad. Okay, so what I'm hoping, my Fury crafting cannot happen. It's impossible. The statistical odds of me getting what I want is very low. There's nothing about orb only. Okay, so there's like a 1 in 3 chance that I can get what I want. Dextral annulment. This website is so fucking shit. Okay, so what I want is statistically unlikely to happen. I have to craft a piece of gear from the bottom up if I want to actually create something. belt can become better with the item that I wanted, but the odds of such an item providing me of something I want is still low, even if I got that item. So there is something for the moment. Guarantee that the annulment removes. I would have the annulment orbs remove aspects of the gear until I get myself down to 4. If you can remove just suffixes with annulment orbs using omens, even if the things I like get removed, as long as the thing I don't like gets removed, that means that eventually this guy's really stupid fucking thing. Keep on rolling for suffixes to be removed until I get the thing I want removed. Because I have 3 prefixes or 2 prefixes or whatever that I like. And once you have 4 modifiers on an item, and the one that you don't like is removed. So let's say everything goes horribly wrong and I don't get what I want. And I end up having to remove all 3 suffixes. I can use a Exalt to give myself a 4th affix. So basically, the worst way it goes is everything that I like goes away first, followed by me getting what I want. He regenerates life. No wonder he's really nice. Apply an Exalt orb and hope that it gives me something good. Unfortunately, that's the worst thing that can happen, is where everything that I like goes away before the one thing I don't like goes away. Yeah. And at that point, I can then fracture everything to keep it locked in place. And then start re-rolling. With Chaos Orbs. So the way it would go is, let's look at this thing. Okay. First we use omens to try to remove suffixes, and that would cause, it's got a 1 in 3 chance to remove the charm charges gained. Alternatively, if we get lucky, and here's the happiest possible ending, if I get that item that lets me re-roll the lowest tier affix on an item, and then if that omen were to get rid of charm charges gained and give me a resistance or some life regen, then everything else is not necessary. Alternatively, I can remove all the suffixes on this piece of gear one at a time until charm charges is gone. Then I can lock everything in place. Alternatively, life and armor are at their bare minimums on this piece of gear. I could use a divine orb before I lock them in place just to get something better than bare minimum values. And then, once everything's locked in place, use chaos orbs and exalts and everything, and just try to get myself... No, it would be a step-by-step process. So use a single exalt to get myself 5 affixes, or whatever quantity is one more than the current value I'll have. Use a single exalt, re-roll that affix with chaos orbs. Once I get that to somewhere I like, fracture it, lock that in place, and then get the final affix. And again, exalt, throw a shitload of chaos on it until I get what I want. Okay, 37%. Nothing about item rarity there. Might be nice to get some rarity when we do a higher level map, rather than just tier 15. That chest piece will be more annoying to replace.
Simple stone will not stop me.
The 150 armor is quite nice and the max health too. To try and upgrade that chest piece would be difficult.
Just try it! Feel my wrath!
The issue with the chest piece is that it's something I'm actively using. If I was to try and go through that process with the chest piece, there's a fair possibility that I would run out of materials halfway, and it wouldn't be quite as powerful up until it's finished. I imagine it's a 1 in 3 chance that the small armor value goes away if there's a annulment or 4 prefixes.
Fortune favors me.
trade leaguers having access to the currency exchange. I'm very jealous.
Face me!
I wouldn't use it to trade for pure items. I would only use it for the currency. There's no value in anything when you can just trade for the exact item.
Nowhere to keep that.
It's too bad that you can't annul the lowest. You have to use a chaos on it instead.
Of course.
In that case, it might be worthwhile to just find something that's got crazier prefixes or crazy suffixes, and then just annihilate all the prefixes that are the suffixes, and then work your way that way. That's too bad. In that case, then I would probably in that case not end up using the stuff that I'm already looking at for crafting. In that case, I'd probably look at other stuff. I'll try to find new stuff that can do that. whine and complain on the fucking forums until GGG responds or something. Be like, can we get an omen for removing the lowest tier affix? You know, like an omen for this purpose. And then like fucking 2 years later when they finally do something. Yeah, that's the speedrun strat to getting best gear. And what will they do with that drop chance? 1 in 2 million. Really annoying. I wish they'd stop doing that. Is there a setting for that? Okay, probably. Let's start with this for now. I gotta kill this.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Friend request, friend now online, friend offline, friend status, party invite, party join, party, guild, and save.
My satchel is full.
40%. This is not one of the fast maps, so don't expect much from this place.
Shut up!
Asmongold's got a new video that I can watch. There was also the, ooh. I was watching this. They're talking about the game not being fixed yet. Well, yeah. They haven't released the update, bud. Well, that's also interesting. I'm gonna save this to a watch later. And Asmongold. Holy fuck. Who would have guessed? That's disgusting. I don't think I finished watching this video. And I've also not, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos to watch. We'll start with the oldest and work our way to the present.
Okay, so this is the 90-day pause on some tariffs. This literally just happened.
The world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world for business. And the president has shown great courage, as the Secretary said, in choosing to retaliate against China. Elena, go ahead.
It's pretty obvious that, like, if the people were coming to the table to negotiate, it would make sense if you're going to negotiate, you would give them a pause, so there's like an incentive for them to negotiate, right? So like it's positive for them, and it creates a more structure around doing it. It's like if you kiss the ring, you're not going to have all of your crops burned. Like, I mean, this is what literally like barons did thousands of years ago. I mean, is this really a fucking surprise? It's a ceasefire trading. It is. He caved. He didn't cave. They did. And the thing is that how is it caving when these people have come to negotiate the deals? Like, I don't understand. How are they saying that he's caving? I'm confused. Yeah, I don't understand what they mean by that.
And just because they are negotiating doesn't mean it's going to be
That's basically what's happening. Exactly.
working out.
Yeah, I don't understand how his tactics are so hard to understand. Yeah, it's very simple.
I'm glad that you explained this stuff for me.
Ukraine, while they're trying to negotiate a peace deal, they have a ceasefire. Like, this is very common. Of course this is what happens.
Because I'm a stupid animal. I wouldn't be able to understand.
I came yesterday to prediction labs. Yeah, no, as this is here, I'll record this. Thanks, bro, you can make up more, bro, can you make up more excuses? Well, what do you, I'm just really confused by what you mean by this. So, like, if they're gonna negotiate the tariffs, then that's not really caving, right? I don't know. It doesn't seem like that to me. How does that make any sense? stuff like this 1,000 years ago. This isn't new at all. What do you mean? Like, I mean, are people really so blind that they can't see such an obvious play? It's common, yes, of course.
Holy
No,
fuck.
the ones that we have lowered went into effect a week ago, or they were announced a week ago, and we have just been overwhelmed by the response from mostly our allies who want to come and negotiate in good faith. So we are expecting them to come with their best deal. As I said a week ago today, don't retaliate, hold your ground, let's see what happens. And China kept escalating, and now they have 125% tariffs that will be effective immediately.
Go ahead.
So China's tariffs are now up to 125%. I feel like this is probably, like, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, like, I think this is what he planned on doing the whole time. And, or at least this was one possible, you know, like, this was I would say that before they did this was a theoretical win condition. Because basically now, if you're only, because, like, if you have tariffs on the whole world, right, it makes it harder for, it puts more pressure on your economy. But if you can use the tariffs as a negotiating tactic, and then get everybody else to negotiate, pause those, and then focus all of your efforts on suppressing one country as hard as you can, which is what he's doing to China, I feel like that's clearly what he's trying to do, right? That's 100% what he's trying to do. And I think that was the plan all along, because in a lot of cases, like Vietnam and
I
Japan
imagine
and
strongly that this is exactly the best way that it could have gone, is that it has given him an excuse to do something against China, and China would react in the way that it did. It was very unlikely that China would not do what it did. And so it did what it was predictably going to do. Obviously, I wasn't thinking about it prior, but it makes sense that things went down the way they did. Everything went down its logical course. And so Trump has the excuse of being that he went against all countries. It's not like he said, fuck China, we're going to do it this way kind of situation. So this is probably exactly how things were intended to go.
you know, the United Kingdom's, like, these are not our trading enemies, really. It's China that he's viewing as a trading enemy. I think he's manipulating markets with his friends. Well, he's doing a really good job at it, I'll tell you that. China can choke U.S. economy more than U.S. economy can choke them? Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah.
The idea with the tariffs is to incentivize Americans to purchase from America rather than to purchase from China. The benefit that China has over the United States is cheap labor and cheap goods. What America has that China wants is consumers to spend money on product. And so, by giving those consumers of America incentives to not purchase Chinese goods because Chinese goods become more expensive, American money stays within America. That's the way I view the tariff situation. So, when he puts tariffs down, it's about markets keeping the money within the country rather than spending the money on other countries. I'm gonna get some pizza. I'm hungry. I didn't have any breakfast today, so I've been going for maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes without food. That map only had 2 enemies, so we're done there.
Go.
2 extra projectiles. We have to... What is this? 50% more rarity when you have low life. 50% is not enough. But now we're at the tower, so we need a high tier, high affix map. Scary. We're not doing that.
What is it? Of course.
Additional projectiles, mana, energy shields. Is there a boss on this map? There is no boss. In which case, rather than creating a map, we'll use one of the ones I already have. Alright, I got a couple slices of pizza in the fridge. I'll just microwave those and enjoy that. What else? So we have that over there. Enfeeble and projectiles, mana shield. Oh, the waystone drop gems is really good. So I'm gonna hopefully appreciate that. dog is outside, so I'll have to go back up there pretty soon. He likes to bark, so I probably won't be able to ignore him. I'll be able to hear him from down here.
Is going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. So that's why we're getting the 90-day pause.
It just takes time, yeah, for sure.
There was a tweet that you and Secretary Buttigieg were in the Oval Office with the president talking about this. Can you talk about what that conversation was like and what you guys said to one another that led you to this?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by this at all,
It's
bro.
all the president's decision, and the president had a level in mind to raise the China tariffs.
This guy Bassett broke the British pound back in the day. He knows how to kill another country's currency. We're China's biggest importer by far. We are the buyer, and their economy is based off selling as much as possible. This guy explains it on Tucker's podcast 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, honestly, the whole time, there were, like in my opinion, I think Trump pretty much had two goals, right? To destabilize European trading and make them less concerted in their efforts to be able to collectively negotiate with the United States, and also to weaken China, just in a general sense. And those, I think those are his goals.
Essentially, the 3-month pause applied, and we were discussing the exact wording. Sorry? Of course.
The president's decision.
It's the president's decision. It was the president's decision to wait until today. And again,
you're good, man.
as I've said in the past, no one creates leverage for himself like President Trump.
Shelby, go ahead. Secretary, what does the president want to see by this, I think it's July 9th deadline to keep things hot? Is it just gas or is it
Well, these are trade negotiations, but if countries want to come and offer other things, I talked about
Time's up.
yesterday.
Dog wants back inside. What a shitty weekend. Okay, speedrun strats. Fucking going through life.
We are thinking about a big LNG project in Alaska that Korea, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan are interested in financing and taking a substantial portion of the investment. But again, it has bad history because it will increase the trade deficit that we have with those countries. So everything's on the table.
Yeah, I feel like, am I crazy that, like, after, and maybe this is not really a good thing, but the way that Trump does negotiations, it really seems, is like the way that they do in movies, where it's like, you do this or we're going to kill your family, or you do this or we're going to bomb this country or bomb something, right? It's basically like he is, like, what he does is he pretty much goes and he is as extreme and brutal as possible, and it scares people. It's a mafia tactic, and I bet he did this in real estate. I bet he's done this with other people, and yeah, it's a power dynamic. It is, and the thing is that it's intimidating.
You're gonna do it, or we're gonna cut your funding.
It works. It does work. That's why the people that did it back in the days, everybody still knows their name. It's because they were so brutal and so good at doing this that they killed anybody else who went against them. That's it. It can backfire. Yeah, I know. He did it with Vince McMahon, WWE. Well, just look at the TikTok deal, mafia tactics as well. Yeah, I think the TikTok deal is a great example of that, where he basically says, we're going to ban this unless you allow it here. And its value is only derived on it being allowed here. So we're pretty much holding your company hostage until you give us your company. That's basically what he's saying. Or so we can control it. That's it. And like you can say that it will backfire. Okay.
I've no more.
All right. We'll see what happens. It's dumb not to leverage America's global power in negotiations. Yeah. 6 bankruptcies. You understand that actually helps my argument, right? A lot of people declare bankruptcy as a financial get-out-of-jail-free card to an extent with businesses.
Yep.
They do it to leverage debts in different ways. They do it to remove certain levels of accountability.
Yep.
There's a difference between Chapter 7 and Chapter 11 bankruptcy on like a personal level too. This happens all the time. This is again, like I think Trump is a scammer. Like he knows every fucking scam that you can do. Like, that's it. And I guarantee you, like, in the same way that Trump, this is what people accused Trump of whenever he was a real estate agent. He said, basically, I'm not going to pay you for the work that you did, but too bad, and if you want to try to sue me for it, I'm going to beat you in court and cost you hundreds of millions of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and, like, maybe you'll win, maybe you won't, right? And so, that's what he did. And by the way, that's a bad way of doing things, right? That's very, very bad. But at the same, he's a con man. He is. But the thing is that, of course, people are going to be in favor of that if you have that person that's advocating on your behalf. Great Britain can instead. Well, I'm telling you, like, and for him, it worked. He's a fucking billionaire.
It's good to have him on your side rather than have him against you. And the problem with it is you have no control about which situation you're in. You could find yourself in the opposite situation just by luck. If he was not born in another, if he was born in a different country, then you guys would have different perspective.
It's China's decision that we have the deficit with them. They sell us almost 5 times what we sell them. So again, I think it's an own goal by China. It signals that President Trump cares about
That's a lot to do.
and that we want to negotiate in good faith. And as I said, each one of these is going to be a separate, bespoke negotiation. So we are confident that having seen the other side of where this could go, and it was like I said last week, the market didn't understand. Those were maximum levels. Countries can think about those levels as they come to us to bring down their tariffs, their non-tariff trade barriers. We're going to discuss currency manipulation, subsidy of labor, and
People have criticized China for manipulating currency forever. Like, I remember hearing about this 15, 20 years ago.
industry.
Will the pause also apply to the sectoral tariffs that the president has announced, pharma, lumber, anything else?
No, it's on the reciprocal. I haven't seen it.
stood behind him and were supportive of it. I feel like this is a very, very big component.
In terms of certainty, I would say we'll see what China does. But what I am certain of is what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
And you think Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening? China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long wall Sunday,
right.
and this was
It's another
his
wall.
strategy all along, and that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
I think that's probably true.
In the end,
Because now that
promises
the other countries
made,
aren't being tariffed
promises
for a while,
kept.
that gives Trump the stronger ability to focus more on China, because it will have like less of an impact on the economy if we're only tariffing one country versus all of them. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, of course. And it also rewards other people that end up coming to the table.
Political articles saying that the countries were getting
These
called back.
negotiations with these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we started with a 90-day pause, and if more countries turn up, well, what will happen? But we have a meeting with Vietnam today.
I think that they will. And if he's able to negotiate better trade deals for the U.S. through these other countries, and then the remaining countries don't negotiate a trade deal, Trump has more leverage to exercise stronger and harsher punishments on those countries. It's basically like you have like a set amount of punishment that you can allocate, and if you can allocate that punishment to just a handful of people, you can totally crush them. So by getting certain amounts of people to come to the table, you effectively take the pressure off of yourself. It's a teaser for punishment for them? Yeah, it is. You hear yourself? Is this inaccurate? I feel like this is very accurate. I mean, that's what makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe, hey, guys, maybe I'm totally wrong. But, like, this is just what makes sense to me. Who's coming to the table? The 75 countries that Trump says are spamming him to fucking negotiate and talk. And, of course, they're going to negotiate deals that are more advantageous to us. I mean, obviously.
And we have one of the largest
Alright,
trade
and she wants back outside again. Like I said, this weekend is gonna suck. Comparing the two, obviously this one is worse. I would honestly expect more players to start reaching this area here by the weekend.
deficits with them, so I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival.
Come here!
he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over. So we'll see.
I'm just seeing on trees, you know?
Imbalances that have taken decades to create. And, but,
Yeah.
having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this
Something smells
I
good.
don't think that people know the level that he's
If I
willing
wasn't
to go to.
playing video games like a fucking
is one thing
lunatic
that I
right
think-
now, I think I would go to Cora's and get myself a banana blast. I can smell it. Okay, we have a literal monster over there, whatever it is. The shrine is causing me grief. The enemy over there is causing me grief. I very nearly died. I still have this, so we're good in that regard. I don't have to kill these enemies. I could just go to the tower and activate the tower and run away. Lightning storms, stuns, and plants. So he does a big burst of damage. Also, not to mention he's also that type of enemy which does a lot of damage. Right now, let's get this shrine out of my way. So that way the shrine's helping me. I can freeze him, that would be nice. Scary. Okay, he's dealt with. That was a little scary. Imagine if this was a level 81 dungeon rather than a level 78.
A lot of people, especially like internet people, might not understand.
with them, so I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over, so we'll see. These are complicated
just seeing on
negotiations.
trees, you know?
These are imbalances that have taken decades to create, and but
Yeah.
I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this
I
negotiation.
don't think that people know the level that he's willing to go to. This is one thing that I think a lot of people, especially like internet people, might not understand. Is that, and this is another issue with China, is China is, I think, kind of the same as Trump, is that they have no problem, Trump has no problem doing something that's absolutely fucking insane and brutal if he thinks it's going to be beneficial. That's it, yeah. It's, and I think China will do the same thing.
Leverage.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. The secretary is obviously a very busy man. As he has said, he's had more than 75 countries that the trade team has to respond to. I'd just like to end with this. For decades, Republicans and Democrats have said that these unfair trade practices are ripping off the American people, are ripping off our country, but nobody has ever done anything to address it. We finally have a president here at the...
Somebody goes, who are you to punish anyone? The people with the bigger stick. What do you mean? Duh. That's the law of the fucking jungle. What do you think?
White House, who is playing the long game, who is doing what is right for the American worker and our industries here at home, and he has put together a fantastic team in Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lestnick, the entire trade team who will be focusing on negotiating these good deals to put the American workers first, and we're going to get to work to do that. Thank you, guys.
What about the EU? What about the EU? They retaliated this morning.
She
Why are
yelling,
they treated
bro.
like China?
She yelling, yep. And so this is another comment. I'll read this comment from this person.
What am I doing?
Do you really think China can't do damage to the U.S.? It's not about China doing damage to the U.S. It's about the U.S. being able to do damage to China. And how much of that they can withstand and how much of their damage we can withstand. So, anything like this, like if you get in a fight with somebody, you're probably going to get hit a few times. Like that's the way it happens. I mean, this isn't like fucking, you know, Devil May Cry, where you just fucking flawless everything, you know, and you never take any hits. Like that's not what happens. It's not a Bruce Lee fight. Of course, that's what's gonna happen. Remember the Wolf Amendment? No, I'm not sure even what you're talking about. And then they'll
Another
find out,
corruption area.
I think that Trump would.
Okay, so we got 2 corruption areas today. Big EXP over there. It's going to probably be within the range of this tower, so huge EXP over there. Wow. This is a good day. I don't think I necessarily need 90 maps. Like, do I really... maybe I'd want to count this bullshit. Basically everything that you can see. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20... I'm going to say 21 if I already counted that. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. I'm going to say like something like 45 is sufficient. I don't need to do all. So I can save some of these for the future. So if I do 2 of them, pack size and quantity, I think everything will still be upgraded. So let's do a cancel. There's one thing I can do. Although we're going to be using these 2, I'm not going to use that one right now. I'm going to save that for... because I'm running out of these precursor tablets. Ritual, maybe? Or I can do... I don't like Expedition. They take way too long and they're boring. Pack size, mobs. Let's go big. Grant 10% increased tribute. I think this will be the answer. Get more tribute points. Because the core of what I want right now, or the gear I want to craft, needs omens. Did I fuck up? I've got this guy here upgraded, so I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. And the other maps that I was looking at, where are they? You're upgraded, and the other one I wanted was this guy. He's also upgraded. What's this guy whining about?
And how...
Entire trade team who will be focusing on negotiating these good deals to put the American workers first, and we're going to get to work to do that. Thank you, guys.
What about the EU? What about the EU? They retaliated this morning. Why are they treated like China?
City Allen, yep. And so this is another comment. I'll read this comment from this person. Do you really think China can't do damage to the U.S.? It's not about China doing damage to the U.S. It's about the U.S. being able to do damage to China. And how much of that they can withstand, and how much of their damage we can withstand. So, anything like this, like if you get in a fight with somebody, you're probably going to get hit a few times. Like that's the way it happens. I mean, this isn't like fucking, you know, Devil May Cry, where you just fucking flawless everything, you know, and you never take any hits. Like that's not what happens. It's not a Bruce Lee fight. Of course, nothing's gonna happen. Remember the Wolf Amendment? No, I'm not sure what you're talking about. And then they'll fight back and kill the other guy. I think that Trump would not hesitate to do anything that would be beneficial for the U.S. I think that's really it. Trump is pacing. Yeah, the only HP that matters is the last one. Yeah, exactly. And China's been going on the edge of a crash much more than the U.S. is. Yeah. And we're essentially trading damage, but our health bar is bigger. Yeah, I think that's effectively what's going on too. And so, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. And they're pushing China to do business with other countries. Yeah. That's correct. Yes. Yes, and so they have to reorient their entire market. How are those other countries going to deal with that? What's going to happen? Obviously. Are those other countries going to buy what we're buying at the same rate that we're buying it? Probably not. Like, just realistically, probably not. Because if they were, they would have already been doing it to both of us. Because that would maximize the amount of money. So they're going to lose a ton of money on this no matter what. It's a huge loss for China? Yeah. Other countries aren't going to take up their ship, pull me up, this is my job. Alright, sure. I'll pull you up. What do you got to say? Yeah, sure. What kind of country named itself out of a pro wrestler? Was it really dangerous for the US? This is a gamble? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I mean, of course. Pull me up, I'm an internet expert, I don't know anything. Yeah, sure. I'll at least hear this random unverified this is a gamble? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I mean, of course. Pull me up, I'm an internet expert, I don't know anything. Yeah, sure, right?
Paul.
Well, I'll at least hear this random... Yeah, sure. What kind of
Do that
country
again.
names itself out of a pro wrestler?
Oh my gosh. Okay, not this guy, the other
It's really
guy.
dangerous for the US. This is a gamble? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I mean, of course. Pull me
What? Wait, what? He got banned?
Yeah, sure. What kind of country names himself out of a pro wrestler? It's really dangerous for the US. This is a gamble? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I mean...
He got banned? Oh, no. Thank goodness, not a ban, just a timeout. Thank goodness it was just a timeout. Oh, because he put it all in fucking caps lock. Okay, so him speaking in fucking caps lock and doing an at. Of course he got a timeout. Thank goodness. Just a timeout. He wasn't bad, but he was being a little pushy. This guy over here. Spamming. Spamming again. I don't know. I figure this guy's a spammer, so you gotta ban this guy.
Pull me up, I'm an internet expert, I don't know anything. Yeah, sure, right? Well, I'll at least hear what this random unverified expert on Twitch chat with no profile picture. We'll go ahead, we'll see what he has to say about international trade. Dope, we're decoupling from China right now, essentially dropping all the tariffs today down to 10%. We have isolated China. Yes, obviously that's what's happened. Yeah, and I think this was a win condition for Trump all along. I mean, of course.
No ban?
I mean, that's what I think would make sense. I mean, fuck.
He was spamming.
If I was him, that's what I would try to do. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. I agree with him. Yeah, technically other countries could sell more expensive stuff to the US and China could sell stuff to them. Plus reselling with a bit of rebranding going on. Yeah, I mean, but of course they're not going to make as much money. The end result is they don't make as much money. And that's really the point. Yeah, obviously that's what's happening. And there's been a lot of people, like, I'll go ahead and I'll read and see if there's any bit of rebranding going
okay,
on.
so
I mean, but of course they're not
he
gonna
was
make
in a
as much
very
money.
good
The
mood.
end
Didn't
result
even
is they
notice
don't
the
make as
spamming.
much money. And that's really the point. Yeah, obviously that's what's happening. And there's been a lot of people.
You know what?
Go
It was
ahead and
good
I'll read and see
content.
if there's any more about this. But this is what Donald has said, and this is the big one.
You deserve to get banned for spamming.
Social. Can you just go back to Twitter, please? Based on the lack of respect that China has shown the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charge to China by the United States to 125%. If you think that's the ceiling, it's not. Effective immediately, at some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. And I think China is number one on that list. Because think about it, if Donald Trump has to tariff, the U.S. has to tariff all of the EU, all of South America, all of China, and like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, fucking like India maybe, or like some other big importer. All of those together, it would be a lot harder to do that because you're fighting a battle on too many fronts. But if you can isolate the enemies that you have and the people that you're fighting, you can escalate the tension there a lot higher. And I think that's clearly what he's doing. And Z's been in the game so long, I don't know, man. Well, so is Trump. I mean, they're like, I mean, they're both. I mean, I don't think either one of them are stupid. They're not stupid. I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen even. I've authorized an 80-day pause and substantially lower reciprocal tariffs during this period to 10%, also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention. And so, yeah, it's very clear.
This is disgusting. I don't know if I want to watch this one.
I feel like fat influencers die more often than emo influencers, and that's really saying a lot.
Fat acceptance is a cult. Just a reminder that I am very fat and very sexy.
I don't want to
And
fucking
I'm
look at that.
100%
Holy fuck, that's
for
disgusting.
obesity. I want to inspire
Just
bigger
turn
homes
that
in the
fucking
world.
phone
This
away.
is what I manifest.
Yuck.
This is what I manifest.
I don't want to look.
These are the people, by the way, that are talking about how Stellar Blade has unrealistic proportions.
Yeah, sure.
These are the people that are shaming cosplay girls on Twitter.
That's every single day.
Dead at 37.
Choo choo. Choo choo.
It's bad, bro. It's real bad.
Fat and I'm sexy. Fat and I'm sexy.
Sure.
Keep saying it. Maybe one day it'll be true.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I don't know about you. I don't find any sexiness in contributing to the statistics that obesity is the leading cause of death in the U.S. Very
Well, I mean, there's a lot of fat. Like, there's guys that like fat chicks for sure. Like, I mean, but
I hope
that's
that
not a
girl
lot.
with the good
There's
voice
not a lot of them.
looks good.
There's a lot of guys that
No,
don't
she
like
don't.
fat chicks. There's probably more of them that do. Yeah.
She got a good voice though.
I know.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
She died. You ready to get supersized? She died too.
Today I got the big fruit loop.
He's dead. Join me.
Jesus, 30, 37.
On my fat positive radio show.
I was expecting something different to happen with that share, and I was disappointed. Man.
You wanted the chair to break?
I like how Dove or Victoria's Secret wants you to believe healthy beauty does not come at every size.
The reason why they do this is because, so you have to
Holy
understand
fuck.
that there's a lot of these girls, and like I think that women do this a lot. One of the sickest things that I think girls do is they like gassing up fat girls and making them feel good about themselves. But I think that the reason why is simply because they don't feel like they're in competition with these girls and they can do it comfortably. That's the reason why. So they gas them up, and then they end up dying.
Certainly.
300 fucking pound electrician, can't fucking climb up a ladder without destroying the ladder, can't bend over without falling over. Basically all you can ever do is anything that involves you standing up or being on a scissor lift. What a fucking useless electrician. How are you supposed to learn anything as an apprentice for 300 fucking pounds if you can't do half the things that we want to teach you how to do? Half, more like 80% of the shit we want to do. You can't work off a ladder? Fucking hell. I'm not even talking about the fat girls, because I don't fucking have any fat girls at work. There are no girl electricians for the most part. There's like, you go to, maybe like 1 out of 100 is a girl.
Yet it is absolutely not wholesome.
That's the nature of it. Consumerism.
Where did you keep it? Body positive all-star Dove, for instance. Real beauty.
Live fast and die faster.
They stretch out the past.
Honestly, I think that if they want to make a fat label or like a fat product, they should call it penguin. Because penguins waddle around a lot, they can't fly, and they just roll around on their belly. They should rename it.
Plastic bottles and video game figures to slap on words like beautiful, sexy.
Oh god. The other problem that I think a lot of these people have is that they have to like accurately or actively try to make it seem like it is comparable to being skinny. And I think that also one thing that you've noticed, and I
So
don't
they
know
use
if anyone else
dishonesty.
noticed this, is that with a lot of these like fat activists and fat influencers, 95% of them are women. And the reason why is that the whole fat acceptance movement is derived from fat women trying to sign up men and dating. That's the entire thing.
I was thinking it'd be more along the lines of those are the type of people that would be less likely to take criticism without using some
They can, like every other human.
argument against it.
To believe that it was to support the self-love journey of women and leave it at that. But no, I decided to ruin my day and my trust in humanity by researching a bit more and found out that Dove is owned by Unilever. And guess what else Unilever owns? Ben and Jerry.
So you call this in business, you call this vertical integration. And if they fully want to go all the way, they need to hire you.
Magnum ice cream and many other ice creams. Hellman's mayo and all your greasy burgers, Skippy peanut butter, selection of frozen foods. I could go on. Isn't it nice to encourage your consumers to accept their enlarging body?
Wait. Is that what I think it is?
You gonna tell me this person's dead also?
Oh shit.
And deteriorating health as the ideal in order to sell more processed foods because their beautiful bodies deserve as body positivity, a movement intended to uplift women because
And also, by the way, there's no one. So you think that
No more room.
men hate women? There's no one who hates women more than other women.
Very true.
Like, if you think that we're bad because like somebody makes a joke about like a chick being fat or something, these girls will like get in these group chats and it'll be like fucking 8 to 10 fucking hens pecking one hen to death. Like that's what it's like in these group chats. I've seen the fucking leaks, man. Like they're sitting there and they're like
One random additional modifier? Oh fuck, that's scary. I could enter a map and be like, oh, we're here to have a good time. And then find out that it is the worst fucking modifier ever, and I gotta get the fuck out of there. All that time spent, and then every single map in the area has that same bullshit. Let's put this in the Shadow Realm and never look at it again.
making fun of like I didn't even know like they're bringing up things I didn't even know existed. You're talking about like eyebrow length, like the eye width, like like your nose bridge, like what the fuck? These are like those settings in video games. Like I don't even want to touch these, and they're getting down there in the weeds.
just manipulative limits to our acceptable emotions.
Stop glorifying obesity.
Should not have looked.
That's. Oh my god. I'm surprised she's not bigger, to be honest.
Come here!
She must exercise.
Don't. Advertising probably loves the fuck out of them.
It makes it to where fat people that are less fat than can watch them eat food and feel better about themselves. So, yeah, I've said before that fat people on average are more selfish and self-indulgent than the general population. And this is just, I mean, everybody, gluttony is a sin for a reason. And so anyway, we know that, everybody knows that. The only people that don't know that, we know who they are. And so anyway, the reason why these fat influencers are popular is because it's a way for people that are fat, but not as fat as them, and they aren't eating as much food as them, to watch them eat food while they're eating food, but they're eating a little bit less food than the fat influencer is eating, so they feel better about themselves. It's basically like the second fattest kid in the class knowing and having a good self-image because he knows that there's one more kid that's even fatter than he is. That's how it works.
Oh my gosh, it's so sad.
There's a cover for big food, big farming, and big pharmaceutical companies to profit off a nation of increasingly sick and fat people.
I'm not a fucking no-lifer. That guy's more of a no-lifer than I am. Something like that. Oh, it's fine. I only play for 13 hours a day. That fucking guy played for 30 hours. Ah, she does 24 hours on the regular. She's a fucking monster. I'm not a no-lifer. She's a no-lifer. Honestly, I have no idea how that girl does those, like, I don't know. It's like almost as if she doesn't even sleep. I got mad respect for someone that can do that kind of shit, though, honestly. More so than I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, holy fuck, I wish I could do that. If I could fucking stream for as long as she does, holy fuck, that would be the big thing. Play video games until I'm dead. Let me hit you. No.
So the industry has engineered what they call the bliss point, the perfect sugar product. I mean, little not too much, working on maximizing the product. Come here!
We like them. Pick any ultra-processed foods at your local grocery store, for example. Some cracked mac and cheese and Nestle drumstick. Pair it with some Kit Kat, Toffee Crisp, Smarties, and why not throw in some Laffy Taffy? Pop in the Kool-Aid and 4 cans of Dr. Pepper to keep hydrated. Oh, and can't forget the Oreo and Chips Ahoy. 4 cans
Great, that sounds like a really good breakfast.
Orange Fanta for the vitamins. Fanta. Balance, as one may say. As conventional beauty standards have become much more accepting and ambiguously defined.
50%.
They're not ambiguously defined. This is marketing for women to women. It doesn't matter how many fat chicks you show in a bikini, it's not going to sign off a guy into liking them. That's not how it works.
If you want to create someone with a ridiculous fetish, you gotta, what's the word? Fucking groom them, and fucking that's disgusting. Don't do that shit.
All body positive and fat acceptance campaigns are there to manipulate and trick you into increasing your body fat percentage without limits. And that is exactly
Why else would you do it? What would be the other purpose of doing it?
the issue. So much of the message comes actually from an extremely caring,
That's probably why Disney goes after children so much. They're trying to create a customer base.
so much fat gratification disguised as acceptance. The majority of your stakeholders need to make money from selling frozen pizzas and ice cream. The vote to you, hiding profit generating.
You think about it, it's like you can sell one Kit Kat to a skinny person a week. You can sell 6 Kit Kats to a fat person a day. That's pretty easy to say, right? I mean, if you're in the business of selling Kit Kats, you know where you're getting. You know where you're getting.
Glorification.
Consistent
Under the term
purchasing.
fat acceptance is genius in 2 ways. First, it plays off a sentiment of correcting social injustices in society. Yes, arguably so. The statistical likelihood of fat and obese people facing difficulties in society, such as prejudices, is a lot higher, and the stigmatization of male
being fat is because it's disgusting and unhealthy. That's the reason why they have a stigma. This isn't a stigma like race or, a person with a disability or something like that. That's it.
fair shaming to obese individuals, which should be normalized. But glorifying obesity, the disease, as conventional.
Understand the difference between shaming and attacking a person for being overweight and
Yep.
acknowledging that being overweight is not equal to the lifestyle of being fat. Like, there are some ways of living that are worse than others. So, like, for example, like the way that I live is not very good in a lot of ways. And I would never want to say that, like, the way that I live is equivalent to the way that somebody else lives that's more healthy.
If you're not,
Some of these people are so self-confident and they have so
oh dear.
self-confidence that they need the entire world to shift in a way that makes them feel good about being disgusting.
No beauty moral superiority makes anyone's opinions who differ morally shallow, regardless if that is healthy or not. Second, a food company telling you that being fat is beautiful, which isn't, and awesome is not so convincing.
There's no weight loss or broken. This individual size bottle has no more calories than half a grapefruit.
When you can spot their profit motive from 50 miles away,
Coke is low in calories too. Hey, now don't you get any thinner?
a direct hard sell won't work here. But when a beauty or self-care company you never associate with frozen pizza casts someone plus size for a commercial, you get fired up with a sense of justice. Yeah, that is beautiful too. Don't get me wrong, overly restrictive beauty with models who are only Kate Moss level heroine chic is also problematic because again, it is not healthy. But as
Isn't
much as
Kate Moss like Johnny Depp's ex-wife or something? I wonder why she picked that person out of all people. But no, Kate Moss is not the bad ex-wife. Kate Moss just came up, her name came up during the court case. She was like an ex-ex-wife. Amber was the devil.
I think it's obviously a very big difference between you have somebody who's like I feel like really like any of these like anorexic Victoria's Secret models and stuff like that. I feel like that's just as weird and gross as being really fat. Like these are like both unhealthy lifestyles, etc. And so there's like a spectrum where like I don't think every girl in like a modeling catalog or something should be like
Some
100
girl
pounds,
fucking
right?
trying to
Of
cause
course, I don't
herself
think
to
anybody
throw
thinks
up.
that, except for
Yeah.
eating disorder. But other than that, no, nobody thinks that. But there's a big difference between that and morbid obesity.
Indeed.
Many wish the spectrum of healthy
Yes,
does not
extreme,
stretch over
exactly.
to obesity. It is amazing that women of all sizes are loving and accepting who they are, but genuine self-love and confidence comes from within, and not society telling you or some ads telling you that your size is also quote-unquote beautiful. What we're talking about here is not the opposite of fat shaming. For shaming someone for any reason is not acceptable behavior because it does not come from a place of genuine care of
Don't
wanting
target individuals with your opinions. Instead, target. Well, that's also terrible in its own way if you take that as a generalization. That's what Asmongold got fucking banned for. Gross generalizations. So maybe there is a limit to what you should say. There is a lesson to be learned from what he said. Something that I've once upon a time said was that there are two ways you can learn. You don't necessarily learn from success. You learn from either someone else's failures or your own. Because when you succeed, without having ever failed, do you truly fully understand what was going on? Do you know why you succeeded without ever failing? Someone else had to fail for you to either someone else failed and they learned from the failure and they teach you, or you fail on your own and you come to learn. For me, all those times that the character died previously, I learned from those failures and improved. It's very evolutionary. The failures get sorted out and improve the successes. The failures fail and the successes. No, that's not the words I'm trying to go for. The quantity of failures is reduced by the failures, leaving only success. The more failures there are, the less failures there will be. Fucking dead. Come on. You're lucky. annihilate them. Nope. There you fucking go. What level is this map? 81. I have more value from that. 50 enemies still. Map is completed. So we're just killing shit for EXP.
To help them be well. We're
No, I think that's what happens. Like 95% of like fat shaming is just somebody looking for an excuse to make fun of somebody else. That's it. They're not really trying to help you. They're not trying to do anything good. They're just being assholes. Like that's true. Definitely. Chicken, thanks for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you.
about the glorification of fat, disguised as acceptance.
Body positivity is toxic because it pretends to be rooted in compassion and kindness, but in reality, it encourages women to engage in very destructive behaviors.
How like so many of people's values and the things that they promote is simply ways for them to,
Justify?
signal their virtue and signal that they're a good person, and it's not actually about helping anyone other than themselves and making themselves feel better. This is another great example of that. This is a perfect example.
Women to be obese, unhealthy, and be averse to responsibility and discipline.
If you think most body positivity campaigns are to help you love yourself, I'm sorry, honey. Corporate America is a surfacely sweet but extremely cruel place.
It's like, how can you not see the problem? They have to see it and just not care. They have to just be like, oh, we're gaining profit. You see how much this McDonald's is making? Put another one across the street.
There is nothing wrong with acceptance. Acceptance of reality is the first and most essential step to
Well,
all.
acceptance has to be also the acceptance of being fat and healthy. I mean, that's what I think.
Or any
Yeah,
type
I
of
feel like,
progress.
yeah,
But
for
the
sure.
importance of what you do after accepting the reality is often neglected and never talked
38.
about.
This
Telling
place is
fat
done.
people to keep eating the way that's not serving their health because they are beautiful is like telling an alcoholic to keep on drinking because it's fun. It's the easy.
Well, that's what people do, though. They do that all the time. And the reason why is because it makes them feel good. It makes people feel good to say how they're accepting of fat people, and it makes people feel bad to say that, oh, well, this isn't healthy. It's all about how somebody feels, and it's not about the person that they're trying to signal empathy towards. They don't care about that person at all. That's why they're...
And I feel bad for any fat person that's watching this that thinks that I'm talking about just a moderately fat person. We're talking the fucking land sharks, the land whales. I don't need a tier 14, I need a 15. The land masses. Was that the last of the 5? There's still one left.
okay of having this person kill themselves as long as they can make them feel good in the process.
And profitable thing to do.
Having a fat country makes us money.
But at the end of the day, it is irresponsible to push unhealthy, addictive behaviors to a greater extreme with the power of both brainwashing, quote-unquote self-love ads, and processed foods designed in a way that's addicting, easy to eat, and easy to repeat the eating pattern. It's not a simple good versus bad food, normal versus fat problem. It's a whole addictive pattern building trap.
I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. Everyone was so happy for me. I hated myself. I hated the way I looked. I hated why I exercised.
He's
why
not
are
fat
there no
anymore, that guy.
uncontacted tribes that have naturally fat people there? Because if this is something that would occur in nature, and we have all these uncontacted tribes, like the ones that are near Australia, none of those people are fat. So the only place that it's natural at is McDonald's. And so is that something that's because of nature, or is it because of McDonald's? I wonder.
Trips to McDonald's genetics is eating chips and fat genetics, is being allergic to the gym genetics, is running miles genetics. Back in a universe where fat just meant fat and not a compliment to itself, fat just means you have excess energy stored in your body that you are not using. Obesity or overweight is a disorder involving excessive body fat that increases the risk of health problems. Notice how something that elevates your risk of dying of cardiac arrest is a disorder and is needless to say glamorously framed as modern sexiness.
Supersized salon Jamie Lopez's head blast at 10 video of death cause shocking. It's shocking.
That's what I was thinking.
Who is it shocking to? I'm confused.
Yet times and times again, science and data say one thing, and media and advertising say another. Beauty is supposed to be diverse, but there is nothing natural about this. Obesity happens mistakenly low, shooting up post the 70s, and even though there is no data evidently backing up its absence in our hunter and gather days, where civilizations moved from modern processed foods such as
Bro, she used the exact same example. Yeah, fucking exactly. Like, if you want to think this is natural, go look at an uncontacted tribe. That's going to tell you what's natural. They're not fat. You know why? Because it's not natural. Fucking exactly.
the Chimene tribe is a close modern case. Chimene, a prolific population living a subsistence lifestyle of hunting, gathering, fishing, and farming, had the lowest levels of coronary heart diseases, reported to date, and statistically insignificant obesity. And yes, they also use sugar and starchy carbs, just harvested by themselves. So do these people just have some God-sent fat-proof genetics? No. The overall Bolivian population that
It's got to be some kind of fucking abstract, like, genetic problem. It can never just be you.
shares similar genetics is still subject to 17% of obesity for women and men. So if they also eat carbs, fat, protein, just like the American diet, why are they rarely afflicted with fat-related health complications? Is the difference really in the absence of processing? According to CDC,
No, it's the difference. It's that they eat a lot of food, they don't exercise.
She's got a really good voice.
Somebody wants to blame that, like, oh, it's
I feel like
my fault, it's processed foods.
she should create an AI
When
voice.
your body is a food
That'd be great.
then it's your fault.
Americans are eating more calories on average than they did in 1971 and 2000. The average man added 368 calories to his daily fare, while the average woman added 335 calories a day. What is driving this trend? Experts say it's a combination of increased availability of portions and low-calorie foods. They think the devious processed excuse my language, for it is now politically incorrect to call food good or bad. And I agree. It's all based on perspective. Good for what and bad for what. How much of good before it turns less good.
People have a problem saying good food and bad food are people that are eating bad food. It's just how it is.
Good. Because good versus bad is so subjective. It's easier than ever for food companies to manipulate the concept. Because the easier answer is always one that makes you feel good. To eat as much as you want and still feel great
That's right.
about yourself.
Get that fiber and the antioxidants in your skin.
The greatest beneficiaries to glorifying this disease is the toxic triad: big pharma, big food, and big pharma for creating.
That's right. So they get you making the food, and they get you selling you the food, and then they get you dying because you ate the food. That's the circle of life.
Nation of sick
Yeah.
and fat people. Let me put it about a third of our economy thrives on making people more fat and sick. Bitcoin grows 500 calories per person per day than 25 years ago.
You're dead. You're so fucking dead. You're lucky.
Fat, sugar, and salt, a tour of the sicker population, the more medications are sold for high cholesterol, diabetes, high blood pressure, depression, and other lifestyle-driven diseases. While more and more of us believe not only is this okay,
Jesus Christ.
You're so lucky.
is sexy and beautiful. And sadly, the profit-driven version of the fat acceptance movement targets women way more. Why do we see a range of plus-size models from mannequins in retail to Victoria's Secret fashion shows, while men's fashion still shows buff and toned models and plastic mannequins? Something does not add up. Perhaps it is because
The reason why also is because women are less looks oriented than men are. Like for a lot of girls, this is what I've noticed is that there is like a threshold for your attractiveness. So like if a guy is at least like a 5 or a 6, he can get with a girl that's let's say a 10 if he has a personality that's very positive and likable. Where it's like obviously more attractive guys have advantages, but like there's much more of like a diminishing return for men than there is for women. And or money, well yeah, there's a lot of ways that there's a lot of ways that guys can be attractive to women, right? Whereas with women, I think that there's more of a focus on the way that they look, and that's the reason why more women get into fat acceptance. It's because it's in their best interest to push the narrative that being fat is normal because they're fat and they want it to be normalized so they can date guys that they think are attractive. That's the reason why. The more money you have, the uglier you can be. I'm sure that's probably true, but like, I don't know, like I'm saying, like, that's what I've noticed with a lot of girls.
notion that
Fat guys. I've seen a lot more pretty fat guys than I've seen attractive guys that are in shape with fat girlfriends. That's just the truth. I've seen a whole lot of that.
more about appearances, or that many women someday will be responsibility for shopping food for the whole household, which drives more
probably a good
impact
point. That's
in
what I think
speeding
about
up the fattening of the
Yeah.
population, leading
Bro, like, you think about this.
I might have done something stupid. Let's find out. This will be a long weekend. Fuck me.
This is just like this. You can tell this is a hog family, right? Because like they overfilled this plate so much that she's gonna spill beans and shit on this sofa. 100% probability. Like this is gross. Like this is nasty. So I do think that if you have a kid and your kid is morbidly obese, which is like 100 pounds over being obese, I think that's child abuse. Now, I mean, if your kid's a little bit pudgy or chubby, that's not really a big deal. But if they're morbidly obese, that's child abuse.
The sickness, the spiral itself, farming to food processing to solving a naturally increasing problem is just bleeding and sickening. Self-acceptance is not the opposite from self-improvement, and is certainly not the logical reason.
I think you have to accept yourself. Like, this is the thing, is that, like, for me, for example, when I was, like, I was having problems with my blood pressure, and it was high. And so what I did is I changed what I was eating, and I exercised more. And by doing that, and I made a couple other lifestyle changes, like, you know, trying to, like, consciously not be as stressed out. And well, yeah, of course, because it went down. I went to the doctor. It went down by like 50 points or something like that. And now I haven't been fine, but I feel fine, and that's it. And so stress is a killer. It is, but the fact is that you know everybody can solve this problem themselves. All they
I
have
feel
to
like
do
I
is
should
take
probably take a
accountability.
break from watching
I think that
videos.
the moment that you
I feel like I'm
displace
becoming more
accountability
animated.
for something that you can't control is the moment that you've decided to not solve the problem. So, like, if your problem is socioeconomic, if your problem is because of X or Y thing that you don't have control over, you've already decided subconsciously that you're not looking to solve this problem at all.
Generate 90%.
We'll stop with this video. Clearly, my opinion on this right now, currently in this very fucking second, is that I'm probably becoming very rude and mean, and I am a very rude and mean person. That is a fact. But I don't need to be rude and mean randomly. And I don't need to feed myself information that causes me to get more rude and mean than I already am.
Steel yourself! Come here!
some point in time during the video, I recall, maybe it wasn't this video, but a different video. No, it's probably this video. But the logic will still stand. Where Asmongold was saying that there are some types of people that make fun of them just for the fact that they want someone to be a punching bag. And I think that I should be cautious about trying to avoid finding myself in such a situation where I can find random reasons to justify why I should be mean to somebody. And the answer is don't pick a single person to be mean to the concept. Maybe that is fine, but don't let yourself get so angry about a single concept that it makes you eventually treat someone, an individual, any worse. Any individual person should be treated fairly. However, an ideology is not an individual, so don't target individuals, target ideologies, but don't be harsh in your ideology. Be so fucking... Don't go into lunacy. Avoid lunacy. And the way to avoid lunacy is to sometimes take a moment, step back, and look what you've done, and maybe occasionally move backwards and take steps back and realize, okay, I've gone a little too far, maybe I should step back and reevaluate. Pain Moyle, the fat influencer. Okay. Oh god. having troubles with map sustain. 12% more I can gain, and if I was to go over here, another 12% to make 24% in total. Pretty soon we'll be gaining 4 more points in total, and I could gain 6 if I were to do something else. So I could spend 2 over here, and then I could do that, followed by this. I thought the original intention was for me to go over here and get treasure chests. If I do that, then I can do this and get all 3 of them. 12% more drop chance. Hopefully that will fix my map sustain issue.
Indeed.
Alright, how about a distraction from the last video? I need to watch a video to distract myself from the video. Simple concept, I hope. Trump, perfect.
Trump is hiking tariffs to China 125%. Yeah, this guy, he thinks actually 125% is too low. He's thinking about somewhere around 400.
What happens if we go into a full-scale trade war?
Look, it's really, I believe, this president won the election based on reducing costs. He's enacted the largest tax increase we've seen in over 50 years. And you know who's going to pay the price? Americans shopping at Walmart, Americans shopping at Costco. We don't know the purpose of these tariffs. The only thing we do know is these things are keeping
People don't know the purpose of the tariffs. They're obviously to negotiate better trade deals. How do you not know the purpose of them? He said the purpose of everybody. Like, how, what?
tax revenue from Americans paying more at Walmart and Costco and putting that into tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. It's totally gross and it's putting us on the brink of recession. Could cost us tons of
I don't see how you can make the argument that this is beneficial for the wealthiest Americans when 90-something% of the stocks or something like that are owned by 8% of the population. So how is it that 8% of the population that are the richest people that have this massive amount of the stocks, how is this beneficial for rich people? I feel like if anything, this is a massive L for rich people.
attracting jobs, it's ridiculous trade war. It's a really disturbing policy and we got something.
Yeah, but he said there's a lot of
Is that an accurate number? Yeah. I mean, and also, like, well, here's a good way to look at it. If you look at the stock market and you see Tesla going up $200 after Donald Trump won the presidency, I don't see how anybody can tell me that stocks are real when Tesla goes up that much just because Donald Trump becomes the president. Really, it's a bullshit number to begin with.
that they're literally kissing his ass. The phrase he used, you know. Very often.
4% tariffs in China are not enough. I'm advocating.
There it is. All right.
400%. I do business in
400.
China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never
World
abided
Trade Organization.
by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, why are you gonna play against somebody who's map hacking? Why are you gonna play against somebody who's aimbotting? If these people are going into, if they're going into,
This is awfully rare. I probably am not able to defer it. But if I can defer it, I think I should. Looks like I can. I don't have too many of those, and I don't know if I'll be able to use them, but I hope to make use of them at some point in time. So the future discount is 218, and it costed me 2,200, so it would be still very difficult to purchase. I don't have many of those, and so that's why I want more, is because if I ever find a use for it, I will have it available.
Negotiation, and they're just breaking the rules, then what the fuck are you gonna do?
They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take
That's another thing. Yeah, exactly. See, is there people have no recourse in order to do anything that they get taken advantage of by China. You can't. Yeah, I mean that's it, right? I mean, like what? It's obvious. Rich people have known about the tariffs for anyone who's sold the top. The prices dips, they want more. Prices increase and they're richer. Sure, of course they're going to go up. Like if the stock market goes up, their money's going to go up. I mean, that's the way it works with anything. Like that's not a rich people thing. That's the way the numbers work.
Technology, they steal it, they manufacture it, sell it back here. Never has an administration.
400% tariffs? What would
I
that look
want
like?
Xi on an airplane to Washington to level the playing field. It's just not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. As someone who actually does business there, I've had enough. I speak for millions of Americans who have IP that have been stolen by the Chinese. I have.
This is it. This is the reason. This is a massive amount. Huge, huge amount.
Speak.
Nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough. 400% tariffs tomorrow morning. And I'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there.
I think this is probably true to an extent. I think it's a very dangerous game to play, but it is probably true to an extent that if you damage the country enough and you throw them into an economic depression, that it will destabilize the government.
Because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP. America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well,
I'm
hold
not
on
talking
a
about
second.
tariffs on
Well,
steel.
I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the
It's
goods they're going to have?
short-lived. There will be
But yeah, but what's your timeline compared to, you don't know some of the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive
400% tomorrow
Well,
morning.
Kevin can't say this, but I'm going to say this. This is the truth. There are necessary sacrifices, and Trump is willing to make them. That's the reason. And so is China, too, by the way. China has no problem sacrificing its people, and I don't think Trump has that much of a problem sacrificing us.
Americans' timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive.
400% tomorrow morning. Xi's on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
What do you think?
You know, here's the thing, though. This is the perfect example of, I understand how it would benefit you, but that's not what the American people voted for. They voted
The
because
American people didn't vote for tariffs.
The issue here is we're fucking watching CNN. That's the real problem.
American people absolutely
Their entire
voted to-
perspective is not to anything that he does, they have to take the opposite stance on. That is their approach. So if he does something reasonable, they have to be lunatics.
minimize China's control of manufacturing and to relocate manufacturing to the U.S. I feel like this was a core principle that basically everybody that voted for Trump voted. I'm I'm actually shocked that this is even being discussed.
Trump said within 24 hours costs will come down.
Trump supporters, by the way.
Well, Trump said that. And there were people in the middle who said, okay, I'm going to vote for that. He also said, down the wars, that's not happening. So supply chain is just
Right about that.
I just filled up my tank yesterday. Gas prices are not down. Rent.
I'm gonna be honest, like I saw gas rates down. I mean, I guess it's probably regional, but at least here, gas is definitely down.
Grocery prices are not down. And when people are looking what's happening in the markets, and they see the uncertainty, and they see their 401ks, I had to listen to my mom talk about her investments on Monday, and she's I get it. On top of that, don't forget, tomorrow we're going to have a vote on a budget that is going to also have a series of cuts for the American people, and a little bit of relief, as you were saying, so that we can sort of pay for the tax cuts for folks like Kevin. Then, we've also got Doge, and we've got the impact that the Doge cuts and the cuts in jobs are actually having on economies around the country. So it's when you layer all that together, and I think what you saw from last weekend is people don't want it anymore. People are angry. We saw incredible turnout over the weekend in rallies all across the country. We're seeing it in the polls. People are frustrated.
I want to bring this into real terms as well. I mean, I'm in votes every day person.
Makes you wonder how much of an impressive turnout is actually an impressive turnout.
Things I'm going to afford or not afford. Listen to what somebody who's a grocery store owner in Kansas had to say about, say, the prices of sofa.
With the 50%, if you sell a sofa for $1,000, we would have to sell it for $12.99, and with the 150%, then that sofa would be for $2,000. I don't think they can afford it.
So that's a real figure for a lot of people. A $2,000 couch is
That's a lot.
500.
Yeah, that means higher prices for average Americans. And by the way, that's what Republicans in Congress right now are also worried about here. Hearing from their constituents at town halls and as these go by.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like that's clearly what the indication is. Like that's what they want you to do. And this is what people voted for Trump to do. You might not like the outcome of this, but this is what people voted for.
Price to go up, that economic frustration then turning into political backlash against them and the administration.
So Kevin's point is that it's short-lived. What's your reaction?
Well, I mean, it's up to debate whether it's actually going to be short-lived at this point. Consumer
Nobody
prices
knows.
going up. Again, economists say U.S. importers do pay the price of tariffs. That then goes down to the consumer. Also, one thing that is consistent right now is uncertainty. There's uncertainty right now, and this gamble that the administration is doing that the average American will be able to weather through any type of economic frustration is very long.
These tariffs will damage lots of businesses, and it'll probably ruin people's lives. Guaranteed that's going to happen. I don't think there's anybody that could deny that. Of course it's going to happen. So did COVID? Yeah, of course.
On the idea that you'll then have investment in American manufacturing. Tough to pair investment with uncertainty.
So where does consumer confidence factor into all this? If people are nervous about what they can or cannot afford, how about that short-term composition?
I mean, it's plummeting, and I think the only way we're going to restore it is if Congress takes back the confidence from the president and takes away his power to impose the largest tax cut in 50 years with a stroke of a pen. That's the only way that people are going to have confidence. If he announces a series of deals tomorrow, what's going to happen? In a month from now, nobody's going to have any confidence that this is going to go away as long as he has, basically the gun on the desk.
Right.
American consumers, businesses are all at risk as long as it's there.
Oh, we're talking about obviously sofas, but how about iPhones, which many people have? There's this notion of making it in the United States. Talk to me about that, Kevin. What is the likelihood that that could actually happen? There are people who are saying fat chance.
Moving manufacturing back to the U.S. takes a long time, but I'm still focused on two aspects. I mean, you have to differentiate the tariffs negotiated
restrictions that are naturally beneficial for the companies that are there, or naturally exclusionary for the companies that are not there. And I think they also want to break down those barriers as well, and not just the monetary and numerical barriers too. Regulations, yeah, exactly. That's fake news. Really? I mean, I feel like that'd be common sense. Of course they would do that. I don't know. I mean, I bet that's probably what's happening because that's what makes the most sense. Maybe it's not what's happening, but usually what makes the most sense is probably what's happening.
So I'm curious from your perspective, and everyone, if one of the biggest assets of a negotiation is leverage, if he has said they're here to stay, does that mean some are willing for him to negotiate in the long run with these countries?
Well, I'm trying to
No,
differentiate.
because he just says it all the time. The problem with somebody like Trump, and this is a big issue that like I think a lot of people have with him, is that everything that he says isn't necessarily true. Like he will go back on pretty much anything he says if he feels like it would be advantageous for him to do so. Like for better or for worse. That's the picture behind it. Yeah, I think that that's definitely what's happening, is that people take this as a surface level and they don't think about like what's like plan or like step 2 or 3 or 4 of like something like this. Because I don't think that the plan ever was to just put these huge tariffs on these countries and then just leave them on the countries indefinitely. Like I didn't think that was what was going to happen, and it seems like that's not what's happening.
Non-parity, for example. You talk about time. I have a company that makes great cars. Hewlett Packard, laser cutters, many cars in Thailand. It was cheap. We FedEx them every day.
Yep.
There's a thing that have an economy of 35, and the deficit is 200 billion. That country will never have trade parity with us. It's too small. But we can go to zero tariffs with them. And I'm telling you, there's a difference between getting everybody at 0 on 0, which is free trade basically, which for Trump would be a huge win. That call 48 hours ago when the Eurozone said, okay, uncle, we'll go to 0, take that win. It's a huge win. Now, getting trade deficits settled, that's going to take decades because we are the largest economy on earth by a factor of 2.5 times. We're always going to have deficits.
Well, it's also like really important to keep in mind that like the third and fourth economy is like vastly smaller than China as well. Like it's pretty much like us, China, and then like I think like Germany or some other country below that. Like the U.S., like China is the only country that is even close to the United States. You can't. Is it you can't? Is it Japan? Okay, yeah, I forgot. I looked at it like 2 days ago. I didn't remember exactly.
Zoom out because I do think it's worth noting that there are many in Congress as well as the business community that are questioning if the White House and specifically the president is even ready and in a position to negotiate.
The Home Depot.
So this was last night. Well, I guess they were. What's
To the comment on saying like, I'm quoting here, I don't understand the goddamn formula. I believe he's been poorly advised by his advisors about this trade situation and this formula they're applying. You already see a tension between Lux and Navarro.
That's right. And that's not it. There's
Oh,
been
boy.
mixed messages from different aides. Some that are saying, you know, they do want negotiations.
Formula's instinct. Yeah, he's just gonna go like Trump's just gonna go with vibes. Yeah. Yeah. Which companies are you gonna give the breaks to? I don't know. I'll just know. Yeah, Ultra Instinct. I know.
70 governments around that have come to the White House with
Yeah.
conversations at the same time.
Fucking shit, yeah.
Really, personally,
Maybe.
is Trump and what he wants to do. And there's been plenty of comments taking his heels in as well.
Fucking shotgun in a chair.
The initial tariff threat
Fucking
against
turret.
Mexico and Canada out, saying that sometimes the tariffs don't seem to be a means to an end. They seem to be an end for the president as well.
Well, but this is also the difference between running a business and running a country, right? Because the politics of this are, okay, we're going to start negotiating with 70. Start. How long is that going to take? Is that months?
Apparently one day. Yep. All right. Well, that's okay. Surprise! The experts are dumb. This
Yep.
is why you never listen to experts about this kind of stuff. Like these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Or at least
If they
CNN.
did, they'd be making tons of money. Are these people billionaires? No, then they don't understand the stock market as much as they think they do. Again, my mindset, yeah, Kevin is. Well, Kevin still got hoodwinked by Sam. Remember that? But besides that, yeah, one of them is, yeah. I said before, always look at outcomes. If a person inside the field thinks that they're an expert, but they do not create expert-level outcomes, then they're not an expert.
Results are... This is that thing I fucking say all the time. And I wonder if I'm gonna remember how to say it correctly. Probably not. Intelligence is not... With regards to Elon Musk, I think, or something else. Fucking Frozen game. Or Frozen map. What's the fucking word I'm trying to think of that I used to say all the time? Intelligence is determined by results. That's what I used to say all the time, and it sounds like I'm basically copying what he said because he just said it. But I used to say this all the time, is that even if I sound very smart, even if I do, if I accomplish nothing with my intelligence, I have produced no results. So therefore, I am stupid, because I have not produced anything with any of my abilities. Results are all that matters to gauge intelligence.
The rest of the year, then we're into the midterm season. And if you're a Republican member of Congress and you are hearing from your constituents who are saying, look, now we're in a recession. Now my prices are even higher than before. Why haven't you stood up for the president? Then you're going to put them in a real bind. And the one thing, the kind of pushback for Trump is he doesn't care because he's not running again. But if he wants to keep his majorities in the House and the Senate, his team at least understands you better have a plan. There better be a plan to, are the tariffs a means to an end, or are they the end game? And what do we...
Well, the midterms don't happen for 2 years. This is going to be wrapped up in probably a year to 18 months. So, like, if Trump, like, this is a really big gamble. If Trump wins this gamble and he comes out ahead with the tariffs, especially if he goes through with this, like, I saw people talking about this, there's a chance Trump might be getting rid of the income tax. I don't think it's going to happen, but...
majorities want to keep enacting this regime.
Yeah, and when we go back, we'll watch this later. But, anyway...
And she likes to use the word regime
so never happening?
as a
Well,
derogatory.
we don't know if it's going to happen or not. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to be honest. I really don't. But this is one thing about it is that if... And this is what I've said before about a lot of things, is that it's all about bringing home the bacon. If people's lives are better in 2026 than they are right now, people will vote for Republicans and Trump and, like, his ideology again. And if they're worse, they won't vote for him. That's it. That's the reason why he lost during COVID. You know, and again, oh no, he didn't lose. Guys, look, it's funny to hear him say it, but I think he fucking... I was surprised he didn't lose by more, to be honest with you. So, yeah, it's the economy. Exactly. Yes, majority rules, of course.
What's next? This could be good.
We are screwing around with wind. Oh, wind. These people are crazy. They say, oh, it's great for the environment. It kills all your birds. You want to see a bird somewhere? Walk under a windmill somewhere. Birds all over the place. Just what the hell they got whacked. The environmentalists will say environmental dream. You know what? Machines are never going to have energy. They're the most expensive form of energy there is. 10 times more expensive than clean natural gas. 10 times much more expensive. And not very unreliable. Like if they wanted to watch us tonight on television, Alice, I want to watch the president tonight. I'm sorry, no, bills aren't flowing. We are
Not enough money to purchase this shit. Fuck me. It's just a little bit not enough. That's too bad. This is a good map, but it's expensive. So we'll try first for deferring this again. A further discount. We can afford the map, but I like Exiles. Is there anything else over here that I would like? Temporal chain, so it'll slow me down, it will reduce my damage, but it's a tier 15 map, and we like tier 15 maps. We don't want to run out of them when we're on map sustain issues. The affixes are shitty, the waste down drop chance is good, so this will be helpful for me in the long run. And we can defer this. And I don't care about this, but I can afford it, and I can throw it in a fucking... I don't even want to have it. That's how much I dislike this. I want it only just because I want to have a bit of unique of everything. It's so trash.
He was really on one yesterday.
And that's with all of the difficulties and all of the fake investigations and the Adam Shifty Shifts. Can you believe this guy? He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. And the biggest head. We called him watermelon head. I'd say, how could that big fat face stand on a neck that looked like this finger? How could it? It was the weirdest thing. It's a mystery. Nobody can understand it. But he's one of the most dishonest human beings I've ever seen. And you know how we can allow people like that to run an office is a shame, but we did. He was in charge of the witch hunt.
Yeah, we gonna let this guy with the little neck run for office? This is ridiculous.
He was in charge of the fake witch hunt with Russia. It was a made-up story. Made up. Think of it. They make up a story. They know it's made up. It's gone on for a year and a half, 2 years. Russia. I knew nothing about it. The only thing I knew was that I taxed the pipeline that I told you about.
Yeah.
And that I put all sorts of sanctions and everything else.
Bro, you have to think this is like a president saying all this shit. I love it. It's crazy how this has happened.
They never had a problem like they had with me. But it was Russia, constant, as a method of, what they did, is that was the complaint about why she lost an election, because crooked Hillary was expected to win the election. But they didn't see what we saw. We saw the biggest crowds in history gathering, only superseded by the crowds we just had. But here's a guy that goes out, and he goes to an intelligence hearing, or whatever you might call it, and it's supposed to be secret. He'd walk out, he'd either make a call off the record, shifty shift. He's a shifty Adam. Or he'd just go out blatantly and have a news conference. And because it had to do with me and my family,
We started this dungeon with 67.
and he said,
Shifty shit? Yeah.
How much is this
he
worth?
knows it's a hoax because he made it up with crooked Hillary. So he knows it's a hoax because we deal with human beings on the other side. It's a Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, who spent many years in prison because of what he's done with Russia. Now think of that statement.
It is the Russia thing in 2016 and 2017. Do you remember the hashtag not my president? Oh my god.
Human basis. I have a son, a young son, who is being told that he's going for prison on something he doesn't even know what they're talking about. He's a dad. I don't know what's going on. They keep talking about him involvement in Russia. I don't know anything about Russia, so and yet, Adam Schiff goes out and makes a statement about a hoax that he made up, that he knows is false. How bad a human being do you have to be? They put my son and my family through that kind of trauma. These are bad people. These are sick degenerates. And that's with all of the difficulties
And to think I was ever excited about having those enemies. They only drop blues and a couple yellows. Pre-modified gear that's not good. Not even close to good.
Trump slapped 4% tariffs on China. In Japanese, the number 104 is sometimes used as a slang term for angel because 10 is 10 in Japanese and she is 4.
I've nowhere to keep that.
I mean, I don't think he did this on purpose, but it's just really fucking funny, right? It is really fucking funny. And to have doubt, yeah, I guess so. And, yeah, based if true, well, it was accurate for a day, right?
What the fuck is that? No, I'm not watching that. I feel like I've clicked on this video so many fucking times.
Before it went bad, it's gotten really bad. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add, do and do? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent
I don't
years.
know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics. People that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics?
Wait, what?
And we're holding back $8 billion.
They don't know math?
We give Harvard $8 billion.
For what?
And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools
Good.
because they were woke.
Fuck them.
And they've hurt a lot of people. Okay. Thank you.
Requiring freshmen to take remedial
There are a
math
large
class?
number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect that we believe blatantly violate the law, blatantly violate Supreme Court precedent, that otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does, basically just directs the heads of your departments and agencies to follow the law and to cease enforcing regulations that are blatantly illegal or unconstitutional.
Like what? No example. Surely.
Yeah, it's really very important that we get these.
That's very vague. I wonder why.
Very
Yeah. Why could it possibly be this, or?
Because they'll try to find any excuse to try to do nothing?
EOs for the day. This is
Or
the idea here is that over time, regulations accumulate on the books of the Federal Register, and people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change or as regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is each of your departments and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies
Unfortunately not.
Thank you.
The next presidential memorandum we have for you relates to Miles Taylor. You may recall that Miles Taylor served in the Department of Homeland Security in the previous administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information. He wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous claims both about his administration and about others in it. What this presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to strip any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see what else might come up in that context, given his egregious behavior during the previous
He's getting his chat logs pulled up right now.
No idea. I saw him on CNN.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Saying the person that this, I had no idea. It's like this office, you know, a lot of young people, and I'll see him for 2 minutes, and I assume he was at the office. I barely remember him. It was somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things or all lies. And it was like he was this gentleman or that gentleman, like I dealt with him all the time. I had no idea who this guy said. Who the heck is Miles Taylor? And he made a living on CNN talking about the president. And I think what he did in the Bird Book Anonymous said all sorts of lies, bad things. And I think it's
They're gonna investigate him? Yeah.
it's like a traitor. It's like spying. He walks into the office. He's supposed to be sitting here. A lot of people, you know, I'll be here. There'll be 20 people standing in the room. There'll be oftentimes young people in the office. I assume he was one of them at least. But I didn't know anything about him. And he wrote a book, Anonymous, and I always thought it was terrible. And now we have a chance to find out whether or not it was terrible. But it was a work of fiction. Got a lot of publicity. Got himself a nice job with CNN or one of them. So I think we have to do something. If that happens to other presidents, it wouldn't be sustainable for other presidents. They seem to be able to sustain. If that happened to other presidents, I mean, it's just unfair. And if it was a Democrat president, I'd say that's a terrible thing. A thing like that can happen. That's a terrible thing. And it's time for somebody can do that. Can they write a book about very confidential meetings and because they happen.
Damn, so this guy might be done.
Question that came as anonymous, like it's a big deal. And everybody say, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? And it was found out who he was a long time later.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of publicity of that one. He's like a promoter. But we're going to find out whether or not somebody's allowed to do that. I think it's a very important case, and I think he's guilty of treason, if you want to know the truth. But we'll find out. And I assume we're recommending this to the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Man, this guy's fucked.
Fuck around, find
Seriously,
out.
though, yeah. Oh my god. The treason, yeah, bro. So this guy got his logs pulled up on the Oval Office.
Similarly, the former head of CISA. This is a man who weaponized his position against free speech in the election context, in the context of COVID-19. This is a similar presidential memorandum to the one you just signed. It addresses his access to government, existing clearances he might have, and further instructs your Department of Justice, other aspects of your government, to investigate some of the
I fucked up. Okay. When I read this, the name Fate Bane, I read Fart Bane. I'm so stupid. I took a second look and I was like, oh my gosh, it's not. I look over for the briefest glance and like, Fart Bane. And then I look over and I'm like, oh, thank goodness, it's not the Fart Bane.
that he participated in.
So these guys are getting pulled up.
I think what I did was
I don't know that I met him. I'm sure I met him.
I saw FART. That's what I did.
Thank God.
Badly rigged election. We did phenomenally in that election. It happened to our country because of open borders.
Oh my
Millions of
gosh.
people coming into our country.
Yeah.
Russia and Ukraine, that would have never happened. side of the 13 soldiers, hundreds of people killed, and maybe, I don't know, never mentioned, but I mentioned it, 42 or 43 people so badly injured, the legs, the arms blown off, the face.
Sounds pretty bad.
And
You have no idea.
Will they get permabanned?
Incompetent group of people that
I think
preceded
Miles
us,
could get permabanned.
and that would have never happened. And this guy Graham was saying the election was great. It was good. It's been proven that it was totally not great. When you look at all these lawyers and law firms that are signing, giving us hundreds of millions of dollars, it was proven by so many different ways in so many different forms, from the legislatures not approving to the 51 intelligence agents.
Fuck, I don't remember what I started with. I think it was 67.
Scamming operations. It was a very corrupt election. They used COVID to cheat. And we're going to find out about this guy too, because this guy's a nice guy. This is the most secure election in the history of our country. Now, this was a disaster. And frankly, we should go to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and one other thing. You should get a little certificate that says you're a citizen of our country. You get a citizen.
Like a receipt?
Piece of paper that says you're a citizen before you can vote. But you want voter ID
That's
and you
smart.
want paper ballots.
That way dumb
And
people
you really
can't
want
get it.
same-day voting. If you don't have same-day voting, they decide to change the air conditioner. Oh, we're fixing the air conditioner. Let's move all these boxes. We'll bring them back in a few days. And then they don't bring back those boxes. We're going to have safe elections. We have to have borders.
Saying they don't already have that?
Ideally, we have to have a free press, which we don't have. We don't
Except
have
me.
a free press. We have a very dishonest press.
Except me.
This is an honor. We're going to find out whether
But yeah, everybody else, so true.
he was right. This was a disgraceful
Absolutely.
election. And this guy sat back saying, well, I'm a member, or like he's a Republican or something. And almost right from the beginning. And he's tried to make the case that this election was a safe election. I think he said, this is the safest election we've ever had. And yet, every day you read in the papers about more and more fraud that's discovered.
That's
He's
a
the
lot.
fraud. He's a disgrace.
Who's he talking about? I don't know.
We'll find out
Some
whether or not
fucking
it was a
retard.
safe election. And if it wasn't, he's got a big price to pay. And he's a bad guy. There's another one. I have no idea who he is. Krebs. No idea who he is. I'm sure he was in the room at some point, just like you're all in the room, but I have no idea who he was. So thank you.
So
very
they're
much.
signing
Those
executive
last two are
orders
very
to just
important,
fuck
I
some
think, for the
dude's
country.
life up?
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we just had
Yep.
3 proclamations. These are the sorts of things that most presidents use an auto pen for. You obviously don't like using the auto pen much, if at all. The first of these is National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day. This is one that you did in each of, I believe, each of the previous the years
like
of your
John
previous
McCain.
administration. Recognizes former prisoners of war.
Yeah.
More generally, this proclamation is written to acknowledge the great steps you've made both in this administration and your previous administration on behalf of veterans, homeless veterans, others who have suffered in that way, and basically stating that it's a priority of your administration to ensure that veterans and homeless veterans are cared for properly.
Good. And you know what, they ought to find out who was using that auto pen.
That's a great
Because
question.
whoever that person was, he or she,
That's the president.
was like the president of the United States. And I'm against auto pens. I think auto pens are not a good thing, especially when you're talking about documents like we're signing today. If he can't sign, then he can't be president. It's pretty simple. Let's see whether or not he can sign. But I think that should be tested. I really think that should be tested. It's another one. And you may think about it, because how could a man that did he really know that when they gave all false information on the council? I mean, the whole unselect committee of political lunatics, they destroyed all the information. You can't get any information. They went for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, screaming and ranting and raving. Democrats plus 2 worse than Democrats. You had Cheney, Liz Cheney, and crying Adam Kissinger. Crying Adam. Every time I looked at him, he was crying. The guy was a crier. But you can't do that. You just can't do that. So,
Crying Adam?
gruesome method, but it's a method, and I think they know what to do. So we're going to work on that very hard. And thank you, Governor, very much. Sort of a bipartisan thing. We get right down to it. It's a very expensive thing, actually. Costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said, well, but we have to save Lake Michigan. These fish, they eat everything in the way, including the other fish. They eat everything. Are people endangered by the fish?
I think it's a fish there. They won't be able to fish anymore. That's a big deal in Michigan. There's a lot of fishing, recreation, so it's going to be a problem there. But you're right, it's bipartisan, sir. But you're the one taking action on these issues. We couldn't get Biden to do it on Selfridge. This thing has been delayed for 15 years where we were trying to do it. It started under Obama where we were trying to do it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So we appreciate you paying so much attention to this and taking action, sir.
And the governor, in all fairness, called me about it. I had seen it, and she called me, and Judge James called me. And we spoke with your office, and it's, I want to put that down. Really, it's bipartisan. It's great to see it, actually. It's great to see that, and that includes Selfridge too. We're gonna get it done. We'll all stand there together and cut a ribbon, okay? Richard?
Cut a ribbon when we kill all the fish. All right.
You brought it up, and I appreciate it.
You get giant? Not anymore.
About 70% of the time.
All right, good. We'll have something to celebrate pretty soon. I'm pretty sure about that, okay? Thank you, Richard, very much. Okay, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, where does the TikTok deal stand given the recent the tariffs to China?
But obviously, like I said right now, China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have to deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it, but we're going to have to wait to see
I bet.
what's going to happen with China. So,
Mr. President,
I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
more of what you believe can be with China? Are you looking for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
For years, we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China.
China.
It's a big one. And we're making
One of those things.
$2 billion a day right now.
$2 billion.
$2 billion a day with tariffs.
Wow.
And they were making $2 billion a day.
Now they're not.
You're making more. Now when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. This was, I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas? Is that a record?
Definitely. Absolutely, sir. 100%.
Watching because the geniuses of
For sure.
they get it. Our country's very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country. Financially because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off. And also at the border where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart.
Right.
My group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest
things.
Problems. I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world.
I thought this was about
Congo,
TikTok.
in Africa. From Africa to
What?
Asia. A lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out.
What about TikTok?
And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing. A job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next week, and we look forward to that.
Take a
But
detour?
That's really been amazing. Yes.
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat timing for that?
That's bad timing.
Why not?
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
They roached out.
That they helped me.
Mr. President, you were watching the market.
If this was
The world!
Make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
Mr. President, we still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel. Is that something you're still considering moving forward?
Yeah, well, I will be because we want them coming back. You know, we realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So and it's a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it, and that's because we let them leave. And now, if they want to come back, we're gonna put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're
Make America showers great again.
I'm not gonna pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal
It's bizarre, but it's sad and true.
sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important?
What about McDonald's and pizza?
Back in.
Thank you. And
what about that?
Which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 billion.
Come here.
Coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies, massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something. We've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants.
I liked the way that reporter worded his question. It was very polite, very respectful. I like him.
Mexico, but we're for us, and that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries.
Trump has got a drone strike Mexico.
Countries as much as I can, but we have to take care of America first. And it's about America first. So we have many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs in. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry has gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it's incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel is a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world.
That's pretty good.
But certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had reasons, very bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. this was a systemic problem. And
Who do you guys think the real president was with Biden?
maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed
Pelosi.
and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir.
Serious missteps here in these negotiations. And Secretary said earlier, you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you and Wentz putting together a coalition against China?
Yes.
In terms of trade?
Yes, you are. Yes. That's exactly what you're doing.
I don't blame China.
It's obvious.
I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk.
I imagine that Pelosi was pulling the strings, and when they finally turned against Biden, he finally took power away from them for a brief moment to fuck them over. That's what I figure.
You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness.
Wow.
Not only Biden, Obama. It should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China.
That's not good.
They didn't even have to do
Bush.
things. They considered them
We don't blame Bush for anything for a while.
undeveloped.
Besides, you know,
They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I know
I don't know why you did it either.
take heat for saying it, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with they got away with taking
Yeah,
hundreds of
you
billions
can't hate on a player.
dollars right out of our pocket.
Can't hate on him.
They were stupid. They were stupid people. Maybe corrupt. I don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen.
Oh, man.
With Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of this. We had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things first time. I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? Certainly, they were rough. They were smart, and you can blame them. But I really blame the people that allowed them to do it, because if you could read first read and you could read these agreements, you'd say these are terrible deals.
Some guy was retarded and he made us lose a lot of money.
Deals like this to be made for a country.
Is this second stream today?
Maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Yeah, you can't hold it against China.
In saying that you would like purchase U.S. energy, is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. There's a lot of things I'd like China to do.
There's a lot of things.
China to do, and I'll be telling China what it is. Not you. I'll be telling China.
Where the fuck are you going, you idiot? You're trying to get yourself killed.
Well, they can't have a nuclear war.
Oh, that's
Holy fuck. If I survive this, what the hell am I even fighting? Whatever it is, it's doing a fucking number on me, that's for sure. Chaos, armor break, resistant. It's just this tall guy. So he breaks my armor, and he prevents my regeneration. Fucking word. Can't believe that something like that would be just enough to get me to fucking die. He wasn't even anything special.
I told you.
If
You
necessary.
didn't want to listen.
Something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start. We have a little time. We don't have much time. Because we're not going to let them have a nuclear
Absolutely.
weapon. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran.
Didn't Russia say they wouldn't defend
The
Iran?
only thing that they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. But, you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't. They can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal.
So I only need a tier 4, a 4 thing map to do this. Creek. I'm sure I'm gonna enjoy this layout. And we have a tower right beside it too. EXP gain. Oh, we get this one with more EXP. This one, but it's not going to be a tier 8, level 80 map. Not unless I go over here. If I go over here, activate that map, that tower, to then upgrade this tower, then I can get some crazy EXP from that tower and this. So at least 2 maps that give good... Oh, 3 maps. 1, 2, and 3. 3 maps, so level up is pretty much guaranteed to happen once those are done. I'm gonna give my dogs a moment of attention because I think they want something. it sucks to be them. Okay, we need a map with 4 things, as Elon would say. 4 things. That's a lot of things. We need that for the tower, though, probably. Maybe not that one particularly. Well, that's 4 things. It'll be a little bit miserable, but not horrible. That's 5 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I could exalt this. And not worry, unless it's transcended. I don't know what it was that I just gained, but I'm pretty sure it's beneficial.
Rick and Ron, I guess? Yep.
When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will.
If I wasn't trying to play competitively on this game right now, I would have switched back over to playing Kazan. I'm gonna be honest. I was having a really good time with Kazan.
Very much involved.
And getting to crafting is gonna take too much time.
I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal.
Rick and Ron, I guess? Yep.
When schools get blown up and bad things happen.
Come here!
I'm hearing about. So we're going to make a deal with Russia. With Iran, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that.
So we're gonna blow up Israel?
But nobody needs us. What we're going to do. Say,
When would the calls need to be blown? Or you might
Get some USSF something to send them?
so I don't you know if they're going along well or not. Then I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reach the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO
All
countries?
right.
I mean, it
The
depends.
live president.
We pay for military over in Europe. We don't get reimbursed that much.
That's too bad. I was hoping to get more progress on that delirium, but that monster showing up really put an end to that.
All up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we get from the law firms in terms of
Some of these are asset state.
if we can do it, I think we can do it. Using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many countries that we'll be dealing with. Good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers. These are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? Considered the best in the world. They just move a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions on Iran. You have any conversation don't get this conversation. China, some economists are saying that right now it's technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Concern of escalation beyond the trade war with China.
Where have I heard a similar accent like that before?
Very smart guy.
What girl had that voice?
Making a very good deal for both. But you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allow that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world. And I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country's very powerful. We have weaponry that nobody
stock's about to go crazy. I have a feeling that won't matter.
Yes.
Tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a call.
I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to do it.
Great.
My satchel
That way
is
they
full.
let their guard down and then he can do it and it feels worse.
By the way, you know, when you hear
Yep.
100, a lot of
course.
people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers.
Yeah.
Many people charge
That's why I'm saying it.
much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, you know, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
Yeah, Mr. President. So, do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed, just because they are your policies?
Yes.
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, again, we're making.
Yeah.
It'll be soon much more than $2 billion a day. That's not the worst thing that I've ever heard. So yeah, some people say that, but you know, we look at the other side too. I think as the United States, we have an obligation to look also at the other side. We want what's good for everyone. I mean, it's America first, but we also want to make sure this.
We're going to help everybody out. Look how kind. See?
All of that. And
wow.
so, you know, this
what a nice guy.
There are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus. Thank you very much, everybody.
Man.
The markets right now are extremely good. Thank you.
What a surprise. He made an exception to answer a question about how well he's doing. Wow. What a dude. Who could have expected that? That's crazy. Wow. What are the odds?
As we also saw
Yep,
President
so
Trump
basically,
sign several executive orders answering a lot
let me get this straight. The tariffs were a vibe. The negotiations are a vibe. Getting rid of the tariffs was a vibe. The countries you're going to negotiate is also somehow about. Man. Go back for the bacon joke? Okay, I'll see if I can find it on Twitter. Give me a second.
So the Senate confirmed Governor Huckabee to be your next ambassador to Israel earlier today. That's his commission as ambassador. And then we also have a transmittal letter to the president of Israel requesting that he accept Governor Huckabee's, Ambassador Huckabee's actions.
He's going to be fantastic. He's going to bring up the bacon. No bacon isn't too big in Israel.
It's just that third
I had to clear that up.
What's this? A new video?
Is he mad?
Nope.
Oh,
old. That's too bad.
You were no warrior.
One less bit of competition at the front. Keep that up and everyone will laugh when you die instead. It's weird to be the main character of this story. Why is this taking so long? I had an idea, and I'm gonna do it. I think it will help a little bit. Because of the map, we have our DPS reduced. This will reduce my survivability a little bit.
I've changed my mind.
It's hard to compare when you're not looking at the same numbers that you were looking at last time. That is an impressive shield. Fire and lightning compared to fire and cold. I could lock all of those in place with fracturing orbs and then work on re-rolling the prefixes to get myself some block chance and armor. Unfortunate that the stun threshold is there, so it's not perfect. There is a 25% chance that I would not end up locking the stun threshold and would be able to replace that. 25% chance. But the health increase from that would be not as significant as I imagine it to be, because there's no strength on that piece of gear. So if strength is the equivalent, 15 strength is 30 health, then that piece of gear is 60 health more. However, there's more to it than just that. The cold resistance will go down, which is good, because I'm overcapped on cold resist. It would go down by 23, which is still a number I can accept losing. Fire and lightning would go in different values. Fire would go down, but lightning would go up, which would mean I'd lose some lightning runes. If I had any. I've got no lightning runes equipped. No, I've got one on the shield. So now fire is something that needs to be modified to be different. Once again, looking at gloves, hoping for fire resist. Well, last time I was looking at it, I was hoping for lightning resist. Now I'm hoping for gloves that have fire resistance and a shitload of HP. One K more damage for a tiny amount of attack speed increase. I'm gonna shit myself.
like a gotcha question. They just try to get him to say a number, and they'll be like, "That's bad," or "That's good," or "That's unrealistic." That's so disconnected from the player base. That's kind of how I feel. Like a persistent question with the community, right? And I feel like that's kind of where that question is.
So, like, that's why people say, like, we don't have 3 areas, we go shorter. It's like, what amount of, like, I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is limited. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun. And then, whatever the duration of time that takes will bother you. And that may result in the areas becoming shorter, but making it shorter is not like, it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's, is the game good fun to play? So, like, that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things. And
Here's what I think. I think that this game is running a little bit slower right now. It's not that I'm being slowed down by this. This is movement speed slowdown. I figure I need to restart my computer. That's what I gotta do. Yeah, let's do that.